Good afternoon and welcome to Bangkok. Welcome to the Iris International Training Center and welcome to the ISU Junior Grand Prix. This is an event of the International Skating Union and hosted by the Figure Skating Association of Thailand. We remind you that flash photography as well as video recording and filming is forbidden. Gifts and flowers offered to the skaters at the end of their performance must be completely wrapped, and we thank you very much for your cooperation. In just a few moments, we will be starting the Junior Women Short Program. But before that, may we all please rise for the King's Anthem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to introduce the officials for this event. Representing the International Skating Union, please welcome the referee of our event, Miss Joanna Miller. Judge number 1, Miss Hyungwon Sakong from Korea. Judge number 2, Miss Véronique Veru from France. Judge number 3, Miss Devani Deck from the United States of America. Judge number 4, Miss Hui Liu from China. Judge number 5, Miss Carol Pescosta from Italy. Judge number 6, Miss Susan Morris from Canada. Judge number 7, Mr. Miroslav Misurek from Czechia. Judge number 8, Miss Ariana Morales Negrete from Mexico. And judge number 9, Miss Alison Ryan from Australia. Next, representing the ISU technical panel,
10.
Our technical controller, Miss Magdalena Rosieka. Our technical specialists, Miss Mamiko Yamaini. And Miss Annette Butch.
since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I found out. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bangkok, Thailand, week 3 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. The women's short program coming up in just a few moments. There are 33 entries from 28 nations. Now, the favorite has to be Jia Shin from Korea, 3-time world silver medalist. And she would really like to unseat Mao Shimada of Japan, who's won 2 world junior championships, going for a 3rd this year as well. Contenders come from Japan and North America and Europe as well. As we begin the women's short program, and it starts right now.
And from Canada, Hetty Sheen.
Put some things up in the air.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Thailand, Pimpina Taiwan!
I used to hear a simple song that was until you came along. Now in its place is something new. I hear it when I look at you. And now I hear a symphony.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bangkok, Thailand. We're sorry for the technical problems we had at the beginning of this event. There's lots to talk about. Mark is joining me from Nottingham. I'm here in Bangkok. Sorry about that, Mark. Welcome.
Oh, and what a great way to start for Pimpina Taiwan, the first skater to open this Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok, and what an honor for her to do that in front of her home crowd.
Now, I didn't get to cut any replays because we were rebooting the vMix system, so we apologize for that. But once again, I think you saw a number of the audience, which is 250 schoolmates that have come in here, and they're going to be here for the first two groups, I think, of the women and the men. You'll be seeing cheers, and you'll be seeing traditional Thailand chants and cheers for that. It's been really interesting. We got lots to talk about here. What an outstanding organizing committee that they have. As we take a look, you're going to see an LED screen behind the skaters. You'll see all sorts of images from Thailand here. Everything is unique and different, that's for sure.
And I just think it's a random draw for the short program and how special it is for this athlete, Pimpina. And we although we're having the technical issues, we could see the warm-up, and Pampita was struggling a little bit with the double axel in warm-up, so she'll be delighted to have given a clean double axel during this performance. Just a shame that the opening jump combo wasn't what she was hoping for, but nevertheless, just an amazing opportunity for this 14-year-old who's born right here in this city.
And we can see Brian Orser, two-time Olympic silver medalist, world champion 1987, coach of many world and Olympic champions. He's had quite the celebrated career, that's for sure. And he's sitting with
Brian. Yeah, Brian and his co-coach Tracy Wilson have been in this rink to host International Skating Union development seminars, so he'll be a little familiar with the surroundings. But irrespective of that, I just think it's so wonderful that you've got a coach who's got such an illustrious career that is supporting a next generation from differing nations.
Yeah, absolutely. And 1 year ago was the very first ISU Junior Grand Prix held in Thailand. We'll take a look at the scores for Pampita, just a moment. As you can see, the cars are racing by behind. 31.58 for Pampita, and she's the first skater out in this event. But good job to get that double axel done, as she had some challenges in the warm-up, but delivered it under pressure. That's a competitor.
Next to skate, representing Czechia,
To a skater who competed last week in the Junior Grand Prix in Ostrava. She's travelled all the way to Bangkok. Jana Hortzikova, 15 years of age. She rallied so well back after mistakes early in the start of her free program in Ostrava, hoping for a good start with her short program here in Bangkok. Well, I cannot imagine the exhaustion for Jana Hortzikova. Last week, the excitement of competing in a Junior Grand Prix in her home country and then traveling across the globe to compete here, and yet she has conducted herself with nothing but the utmost maturity and professionalism in giving another clean skate in a different continent from last week. Just see Yana chasing up to the other end of the rink to collect some gifts thrown onto the ice for her. And last week she had an edge call on that triple flip, and that has happened. It's that confirmation that perhaps triple flip takeoff edge is a little bit of a question mark for this athlete as we see the opening.
A really nice triple toe loop there. Second one, a little under rotated. Yeah, it is under rotated in the system as we come down for the triple flip. There's an edge takeoff on the triple flip, but still nicely executed double axel, no problem.
And as we see some of the spins, Ted, last week she had a couple of level 3s and a couple of level 4s. I think from this, it's a level 2 on the step sequence this time, a level 2 in the layback. I didn't think she sustained the Bielmann feature for sufficient number of rotations. It's beautiful position, but I don't think it was sufficiently long enough. And just levels are a wee bit lower. So on the surface, it looks like a relatively similar skate to last week. We're just dropping a couple of levels, but I have nothing but respect for the way in which Jana Hosikova from the Czech Republic has conducted herself.
Yeah, not easy, as you mentioned, to travel all the way from Ostrava to Bangkok and get 1 day of practice, adjust to the time change, and come on the ice and deliver that. That is a success.
Amazing, amazing. And I know that whilst this short program score may be a little deflating for Jana and her coach Olga, it hopefully will pave the way for a great free skate. She had a couple of mistakes, as I mentioned, at the start of her free program in Ostrava last week. So hopefully, whilst the short program score won't be as strong as last week, then hopefully the free program will be better.
Yeah, a great experience gained for these athletes to learn how to travel and compete back to back, or 5 weeks apart. And this is the value of Junior Grand Prix, is just gaining experience.
And she just looks, very much in the moment. She just looks really present. And I mean, Ted, we're on this roller coaster of fun with the Junior Grand Prix, but it's exhausting. This athlete has to go out and do something so incredibly physical and challenging, as we see some of the ice dancers supporting ringside. And it just, the way in which Jana Hortzikova's face now just looks utterly elated to be here. Really, I just admire that.
Yeah, well, such a young skater getting to travel the world and compete in the sport that he loves. And, we think about fatigue, all we have to do is talk. These kids have to skate. Let's take a look at the scores for the short program. Her personal best, 58.33. That'll be short here as we have a 48.45. But that'll put Jana currently into first place.
This puts her currently in first place. Next to skate, representing Thailand, Nacha Dongthanakan.
And now, just the third competitor on the ice, but the second representing the home nation, Nucha Dongthanakan. Nickname is charming. She explained that Thai people normally have a nickname. And let's hope that it's a charming performance as she skates to music by Ludwig van Beethoven. Well, what a fascinating story for Nucha Daltanakarn. She'd explained that she had a really difficult challenge trying to juggle skating and being a full-time student. After COVID, she'd grown a lot, and everything was really difficult, as it so often is for the skaters that will have experienced a big growth spurt. She felt discouraged and quit the sport for over a year, and then realised how much she loved to skate. So she returned to the ice last December with the goal to compete at a Junior Grand Prix, and here's the celebration of all of that.
Yeah, and it's such a good story for other skaters to listen to, because sometimes you get injured and you lose a year and you think you will never be able to come back, but you come back with more heart, with more passion, because you miss being on the ice, and I think that's what we saw here today. There's a triple Salchow.
Too.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It was on the quarter for the landing. Of course, the double toe loop did not count. There's the double flip. And the good spinner. We'll see the layback in just a little bit. Really nice positions. Good camel jump over to the back outside sit spin. A little traveling there. That's going to cost a few points in the GOE, the quality, of course. So you look at this layback. Look at the beautiful turnout. There's the side position. There's the back. Arms open. That's just beautiful. Pick up a little bit of speed pick up there. Yeah, really nice.
And Nucha had explained that she wants people to see how much she loves the sport and her joy. And I think to have that kind of maturity, she's only 16 years of age, to have that level of maturity to acknowledge, yes, of course you'll be here to compete, of course you'll want the triple Salchow to be, clean skate, but I'm grateful that a skater has had already the experience of realizing that skating is joy, that competitive skating doesn't need to be overridden with pressure.
Well, the interesting thing is, with those skaters who have to take time away, could be from illness or from an injury, usually you get that joy back. When it's just part of your life and you always do it, you don't, maybe you get a little, burnt out until you can't do it, and then remember why you did it. It's for the love of it. The score, 34.88 for Nucha, and that will put her currently into second place. Nice smile. She enjoyed that moment for sure. And just a little background on our next skater from Vietnam. And let's see, there she is. She skates in a very, very small rink and gets taught by a Japanese coach online, but she's certainly, and watches a lot of video. So she's self-taught to a certain degree. Mark?
Yes, Cao Hami Nguyen, representing Vietnam, skating to the Grand Escape in her first Junior Grand Prix. Well, it's somewhat incomprehensible to think that this is a skater who skates on a rink half the size of this official rink with a huge pole in the middle. And she's explained that she has to get onto the ice as quickly as possible before the public come on, and she has to share the ice with them. Now, Ted, you've now seen the pictures of that rink, and
Yeah.
I've only heard about it on Instagram, but I mean,
Yeah.
it just sounds
It's
unbelievable.
it's not just a small pole; it's a huge cylinder. Like, I mean, you don't want to hit that thing. It's just amazing. It's just remarkable that. And this kid can do a beautiful double axel. I saw this in practice, so that's unfortunate. She popped it there. But it's a beautiful double axel, and I wonder, how does a person learn to skate off of watching YouTube videos and getting some coaching from Zoom from a Japanese coach? It's just a remarkable story.
And what a great advert of how passion facilitates the progress, because we've heard and you've seen examples of the training environment that Kal Hami Nguyen from Vietnam has, but she and her family have outsourced some great education. Coach Haruka Imai is her online coach, and she was the 2008 Japanese junior champion. And Haruka, her coach, she even won a junior Grand Prix in Belarus back in 2008. So the information that she gets comes from a very educated party. It's just virtual, remote,
So,
which is
yeah.
not as ideal.
And you can see there is no coach with her in the Kiss and Cry. So it's amazing. I met her dad, and he'll be in the story. I didn't know that you had the story too. So we both got the same story.
A double-pronged approach.
Yeah, exactly. And I know they have skating in Vietnam. They don't have a coach that's living there now, obviously. And so interesting, and we welcome that country to our family, our skating family, and hope that there'll be more skaters represent Vietnam, of course, as they hopefully continue to grow the sport there.
Yeah, and we do know of many skaters that perhaps have a family heritage that allows them to skate and represent a different nation, but they aren't necessarily homegrown. It sounds, it's amazing to hear Nguyen here. She does travel to Japan a couple times a year, but her primary training residence is in Vietnam, and so hopefully then all the effort that she and her family are doing to facilitate this improvement can be then embraced by others.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she'll be an inspiration.
Oh, totally. I think so too. And just seeing her on this broadcast, of course, hopefully will motivate. 28.56, and that will put Gal currently into 4th place. That's okay. And she could do a beautiful double axel. I hope she does it in the free program just to show you, because it's really nice. Unfortunately, she popped it here.
Next to skate, representing Canada, Hetty Shee.
And now, Hetty Shee from Canada. She was the Canadian novice champion in 22, Canadian junior champion in 2023. She was 3rd in seniors in Canada earlier this year. Now, vying for a podium place as she competes again back-to-back junior Grand Prix in Bangkok. challenging skate for Hetty Shee, the 16-year-old. Has worked so hard through the off-season with the desperate eagerness to try and vie for a medal here, having finished 7th at this event a year ago.
Yeah, the bronze medal winner at the national championships last year, had a great skate and has got lots of ability and talent. Just really hooked that 3-turn in that triple flip, go around the corner a little bit. We'll take a look at that. It goes down on the flip, and really unfortunate there. As we take a look at this right here, pulls this right around here, not too bad right there. And on a lean, a little under-rotated as well. Yeah, it is under-rotated in the judging system. And we'll take a look at the triple loop combination here. Watch the landing of the second jump. Triple toe loop right here. This is under as well. No, under actually on both the triple loop and the triple toe according to the panel. And blacks is fine.
And Hetty has had a recent coaching change, and I've read that the change, inevitably when you have a coaching change there will be differences in technique, and so there's a possibility that Hetty is just adapting to hopefully the long-term athlete development. She's made the coaching change with a view of being competitive as a senior. She transcends towards seniors in the next season, but perhaps the coaching change is just going to have this little period of transition before it all paves the way for more success.
Yeah, she's here with Brian Orser, of course, and Brian has a good group. I was talking to him a little earlier this week, and he's got a really good group of juniors. You'll see Grayson Long a little bit later in the men's event. He's really come along, and he just loves building these kids with Tracy Wilson, of course, and their other coaches. David Wilson does choreography. So he's got a good group of young people. You can see his energy in teaching them, and he just loves working with them. And, it's a challenge because you're going to have your ups and downs, and Hetty had a great year last year, and she's skating extremely well. Had a mistake in this, and this is one of the downs, and I guess Brian's got a skater in the next group. We take a look at Hetty's short program score, 49.02. That'll put Hetty currently into first place. Her personal best, 54, so she's 5 points shy of that. And she would have made that up easily had she done the triple flip. A very talented young lady and a bright future.
The following skaters may now take the ice.
As we wait for group number 2 to take the ice, Mark, you were telling me as we were going through the issues that we had with the technical issues, and you can see Jia Shin, the world junior silver medalist for 3 years in a row. Brian Orser does teach her as well, so she's part of that group. So that's a pretty cool group. Yeah, exactly. Do we have some questions coming in?
Yes, thank you to those that have sent in questions through the International Skating Union's Instagram and social media, as we see the amazing scenes here in the rink in Bangkok of those that have come to support. The first question coming from @Ice Smurfette: what is your favourite part of your day at the Junior Grand Prix?
I suppose that it depends on how hungry we are. Sometimes it depends on how cold or how hot we are, or whatever. I think getting a good sleep and coming to the ice, because when you travel as much as we do, sometimes it's just really hard on you, right? And you get to the rink and you may not have the energy, but as soon as you put the headset on and I'm talking to you, that's my favorite part of the day. As we see here, this is interesting. I'm just going to see if I can pull this up here. So this is the name of the school where these students are from is Wat Dan Samron School. 200 students from grade 11. The type of the dance is called stand cheer. This type of dance can only be practiced in Thailand. The dance only permits the performers to be stationed at their seating area. They can stand and or sit at their spot, but they cannot move around to other seats. Majority of the movements will be done with strong and sharp arm movements. This also incorporates the upbeat rhythm using the drums and vocal to create motivational ambience for the audience. So it's very cool. These young people have been practicing this for 2.5 months for this event alone. And we'll see some other presentations for them during the ice resurfacing too. So it's very cool. I love what this organizing committee has done. We'll talk about the gifts that they have for the officials here, that they have a group of autistic children that created the artwork of skaters that were put on sustainable bags and on a water bottle, and it's fantastic. What a story. And the money they paid the autistic young people for their artwork. So there was a benefit for everyone. Yeah, just amazing story. I'm probably not telling it very well, but it is spectacular in the effort that they have made to help their community, both the community here in Bangkok and the skating community around the world. So outstanding work.
And, you know,
Anyway,
we've seen obviously now this.
I went rambling on about the favorite part of the day was putting the headset on and talking to you, Mark. Sorry, go ahead.
Bless you, bless you. I think, you know, in the back of all, you've educated us on what's happening in Bangkok. Obviously, it's the consecutive time that the event has taken place in this rink, but also this rink and the Figure Skating Association in Thailand have obviously they're doing a huge amount to develop the sport here. The ISU is also intrinsically involved, not just in taking this quality event here, but also in the ISU seminars that are done in this very venue.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the school kids having fun doing this. In fact, they brought the school kids in, and they have some of them joining their short track and figure skating program as well. So it was to expose a winter sport to a non-winter sport country, getting them engaged in helping this event, but also inspiring so these people to get on the ice. So it has a great service to both the school and the kids and the facility, and of course the sport as well. Very cool story.
As we see this warm-up group, there's a huge amount of triple loops is happening. It seems like this is a very strong group within this early part of the competition.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Any more questions there, Mark?
Yes, so, well, this is a very loaded question from somebody on Instagram from the @team_Rio Nakata. He says, do you think Rio Nakata will win this competition? Now, obviously, there's a vested interest for the fan account for Rio Nakata, but Rio, I believe, won this event last year.
Yeah, he did.
You've seen him in practice.
I saw him in practice, and I saw quad sow, quad loop, and quad toe loop, plus the triple axels. And he's so strong, and the technique is so good that he looks like he can't miss. Now, I saw him miss today in practice session a little bit. Look how much fun these kids are having. And so Rio is set, and he's stated that he wants, I think he said that on the Instagram, he wants to win everything this year.
Yeah, when I asked, you know, anything you want us to mention, he said, well, my goal is simply I want to win every event this season. So I love that, just honesty. Some might, you know, call it borderline arrogance perhaps, but to me he's a nice young man, he's well spoken, and he's just said, well, my goal is to win all the competitions that I do, and I love that open honesty, no messing about here.
Well,
Let's state the facts, and I love it.
It's challenging himself, because if he would say, well, I'd like to skate really well for myself, you know, to feel happy, which is fine. You protect yourself against a tough performance, which happens. But, whoa, there's the wave. But he's honest. He wants to win everything. He knows he needs to skate well to do so. So he's challenging himself.
And there'll be a good battle in the men's event as we watch Jia Shin look so effortlessly comfortable, because the first and third place from this event 12 months ago are back again. And you know, mentioning those two returning men in the men's junior event also leads us to the discussion on Jia Shin and how this, as her, she has 3 silver medals at the Junior World Championships already, and here she is again on the Junior Grand Prix. And
this is her 4th season.
Demands respect.
4th season. She has 3 silvers, and she would like to be able to top Mao Shimada, who has 2 golds going for the 3rd gold, which I don't think has been done in juniors, but we'll talk about that further. Here we go. Group number 2 here in Bangkok, day number 1 of the Junior Grand Prix week 3.
And opening this group, Marianne Must, the Estonian skater who's in her last season in juniors, and she's explained that in this, her final season as a junior, she wants to show her programs both emotionally and physically well, and hopes to show the story behind the programs. a difficult performance for the 18-year-old from Tallinn, and she obviously has explained that she was eager to enjoy this, her final season as a junior, and there's so many aspects of Marianne Must skating which showcase senior qualities.
From
But
Estonia.
unfortunately, the mistakes and the for the Estonian, sorry, and the two mistakes. Just what did I say? What did I say?
You said Thailand.
Oh my goodness!
That's okay. From Estonia. That was a tough skate from her, and there's no question. I've seen her in practice sessions very successfully landing these elements, but that was a soft pick, so not a lot of pop off the ice. And this ice is a bit softer because it's so warm here. And so that just did not explode off the ice. Same thing with the flip, and didn't get into tight rotation quick enough. So both those jumps lost to downgrades. There's the bracket step up into the axle, up and not very high. And that is in also, let's see, that's being looked at right now, probably in under rotation. Beautiful camel spin, change of edge right there to the forward outside. Really lovely, nicely centered. But at this point of the program, she's, disappointed, obviously. It was a quarter on the double axle, so lots of points lost on the jumping passes here in this program.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the mistakes that happen do impact upon the second score, so the program component score. And I think she was going for the increase in speed feature here within the layback, but that probably wasn't visible enough for the tech panel, and then it just lost the speed, just oscillating on the blade, not quite finding the sweet spot of the blade to be able to keep the rotation, and then couldn't pull up into the Beelman. So levels lost, creative execution not great, and so not a reflection on the quality that she has.
No, and you can see it on her face. It's so disappointing when you want to show what you can do. Even if what you can do means you're the middle of the pack or even down to the bottom, you want to show your best that you've trained for. And when you come all this way and, it's so disappointing, but you have to come back in the free program, leave here on a positive note. That's all part of the learning process, if you will. And you can see for Marianne, it's a bit of a challenge today. 33.35. That is probably one of the lower scores she's had for a while. Yeah.
And Coach Katarina Kalender will have to work hard now to help now for Marianne to come back strong in the free skate mentally.
Next to skate, representing Japan, Yo Takagi.
And now to Yo Takagi. She actually has the second highest personal best coming into this behind Jia Shin. And so we have to assume that we're about to be treated with a big score. Current personal best from the Winter Youth Olympic Games of 67.23.
Has had good practice sessions so far.
Well, the bronze medalist from the Winter Youth Olympic Games in Gangwon just a few months ago has laid down a shot program that will put her in contention for sure. She was 4th here 12 months ago, delivering both technically and from the program components perspective as well.
And for those new to watching figure skating, to tell the difference between the quality of the skaters, just in their skating skills, not the jumping or even the spinning, but the speed across the ice, the depth of the edge, the comfort and confidence that they carry throughout the program from one move to the other. And this young woman certainly has that. Just wonderful skating skills, as most of the Japanese and Korean skaters have. As we'll take a look at some of the elements here. Just note how solid the edges are coming out of this triple lutz, triple toe loop, quarter mark on the triple toe loop. And here's the triple flip. And watch the landing. And that's all the way around, no problem on that. And the double axel right across the ice, good distance. And here's some of the step sequence, Mark.
Yes, and this step sequence is a really good example of the body movement feature, which is one of the most difficult to attain to achieve at level 4. You can see the body constantly being worked to go off axis. And then as we look at the final combination spin, that change of edge, more than enough rotation to make it clear for the technical panel. Each of the features sustained for sufficient rotation not to make it questionable or reviewable immediately in the system as a 4 without any debate. Joined by Makoto Nakata, I think.
Yes.
We will see Coach Ryo Nakata.
The father of Ryo. And
father, yeah.
Yeah, and coach. Looks young. That's for sure. Let's take a look at the scores. Personal best is 67.23. We'll be in that range. It's a nice, clean program here. Holding her hands tightly as she waits. Yeah, waiting for the prize. 64.99. And that will put Yo currently into first place. Nice job. Good score.
This puts her currently in first place. Next to skate, representing Thailand, Hakarashida Karashige!
And now to the third and final competitor from the home nation, Fritada Kaneshk. She'd explained to me that she's been dealing with vertigo over the past month, which has been affecting her skating. Hopefully she'll be able to deliver when it counts now over the next short of 3 minutes. Fatharatida Kaneshk, representing Thailand. As I mentioned before the performance, she has been dealing with vertigo. She also last April, she had a stress fracture. So it has been a difficult couple of years for. Makes you admire all the more that she has the bravery to go out and compete at the Junior Grand Prix, even though she's had the physical challenges.
Yeah, I mean, vertigo, that's not a good thing if you're spinning. That's not easy, that's for sure.
No, I can't imagine many things worse.
Yeah, it's just like the twisties with Simone Biles. And here's the triple Lutz. This did not get a lot of pop off the ice. We could have sort of seen that so far in the competition, but normally would get a little bit more height. And I mentioned the ice is a little bit softer here.
And I saw triple Lutz from Fatharatida in the warm-ups. It's not any question on the ability, just not the...
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the aggressive flop. They're nice example of the depth of edge. Maybe not the cleanest at the apex of the turn, at the very end of the turn, but some good edge set even just here.
That was just a level 2 in the step sequence, so missing some of those features, and we get the change combination spin level 3 with V. It's a bit of a challenging program. There's our coach, Tammy Gamble.
And although it wasn't obviously the ideal preparation, Kaneshka had explained that she was honored to be competing in her home country again.
Yeah.
How wonderful to even have the opportunity. I suppose whilst the athlete might not be in their optimal conditioning for the event, she deems this an honor, and that it is. To represent your nation in a home Junior Grand Prix by the International Skating Union is a big deal.
Yeah, especially for a country that winter sport is not, that big, obviously, and with skating starting to take a foothold here, and short track skating, and this facility, it's a real honor to come back, and having to train in the States most of your career, people to come back home, that's a special moment indeed, no question, probably for not only her but friends and family as well. Well, 61.42 is her personal best. This is going to fall way short of that on this day. 37.92 for Fatharatida, and that'll put her currently into 4th place.
This puts her currently in 4th place. Next to skate, representing Israel, Simona Takashman.
And now to Simona Kachaman. She's born and trains in Israel. This is her first junior competition, and I understand that she too, like others we've seen before, trains on a tiny ice rink, just 20 meters by 40 meters, much smaller than the 60 by 30 meters of an Olympic-sized ice rink.
Don't just follow the herd, be like a bird, open your wings and fly high in the sky.
Well, it's always exciting to see an athlete happy, and I think always wonderful to see an athlete skate cleanly. What makes it perhaps even more exciting is to know this is an athlete that's trained in the ice rink in our home city, born and trained there, not an optimal situation before she started the ideal ice surface, but she's been day one with her coach, Larissa Baratz, and obviously she's found herself geographically in the hands of a really good coach that's created a great athlete.
Yeah, some beautiful arm movements throughout this program. Wonderful posture. You can see right even there. It's a lovely skate. Nice and tidy and clean. Oh, lovely little just toe step. Yeah, on the back outside landing edge. That was awesome. And here we go into the triple Salchow. Reloads, gets a pick into the ice all the way on the toe loop. Nicely done. Triple combo. Actually, they put it on the quarter for the toe loop. And there's the flip, which is clean in the system. Really beautiful positions, good speed there in the camel spin, the flying camel, and great flexibility as well. As we see the layback, there's the side position to the back. There's the feature blade grab bailment right at the end. This is layback level 4 of the plus GOE. So just one of the 7 elements were in the minus GOE. Every other element gained more points for the quality of the execution. Beautiful. A little high five there. Nice. Here's your heart campaign.
Yeah, wonderful to see it again. And it'd be interesting now to kind of figure out what is the expectation from a competitive standpoint, because it's still a competition, and Simona has delivered brilliantly, but this is her first Junior Grand Prix and we don't have many stats on previous assignments, so
I think she should be happy with this. There it is, 55.21. She's delighted and I think surprised, but I'm not surprised by that score. That was great quality, wonderful execution, and one very happy skater in the kiss and cry. Wow, very nice.
Next to skate, representing the Republic of Korea, Jian Shin.
Well, she needs little introduction, having won 3 silver medals at the World Junior Championships, just 16 years of age still. Changing her coaching staff this season as Jia Shin skates to Adios Nanino choreography by David Wilson. Well, the reaction to that performance from Jia Shin will be very much based upon the opening element, an intended triple lutz, triple toe, which has very little of value for an athlete that's obviously of such great quality.
Yeah, you don't see this young woman make many mistakes, and that just opened up. Maybe a missed timing on the takeoff. We'll take a look at that in slow motion and see what happened, but look at the rest of the program. The quality of every edge, every step, every hand movement is really of senior quality. And this is her 4th year in junior, so it's a long time, and she'll be moving to senior, I imagine, next season.
And I think definitely the 4th season that we're seeing Jia on the juniors, you can see now the approach is definitely on the program component scores, because the quality, even here, the storytelling in that start position isn't just a start position. That start position has comprehension of how it can get more points on the component scores.
She just did not fold into rotation. Got the upper body rotating a little ahead of the hips, but just continues. Look at that Ina Bauer right up in the double axel. Such wonderful quality on everything else. She parked, put behind her that mistake, and didn't let that affect anything else.
And wonderful speed and difficulty of the transitional entry into the triple flip.
And you look at the details and the patience of every movement she makes. And I'm sure David Wilson, who's one of the world's best choreographers, loved working with this student.
And this, as we see this really good Bielman to finish the program, it's just interesting to consider the concept. Like, we so easily will recognize what might have happened with the triple lutz, triple toe, and we can see the impact on the scores. It's interesting to think, what's the concept behind the story, what's the focus on those program components, because obviously this short program was constructed with.
Yeah, 54.89 for Jia Shin. Now this is 3rd. I don't think she's ever found herself in 3rd of the short program in a junior Grand Prix. Wow, her personal best 73.48, so that is significant. But this is early in the season. You have a great coaching staff, you're a great skater. This is just one mistake to be learned from, to move forward from.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break for race resurfacing. We will be back to continue with the junior.
So there's a look at the standings so far after the first 2 groups, 64, 55, 54. So wow, I would maybe not have predicted that in the beginning, but
no way.
Yeah, but it makes it interesting, that's for sure. As the lights turn down here, and as we see those grade 11 students for a school that's close to this facility is going to entertain and cheer during the ice resurfacing. And they're just getting going on that. They'll be doing that in the first 2 ice resurfacing of this day and tomorrow as well. Once, just a reminder, there's 200 students from grade 11. They're from the Wat Dan Samron School. The type of dance is called stand cheer. This type of dance can only be practiced in Thailand. The dance only permits the performers to be stationed at their seating area. They can stand and or sit on their spot, but they cannot move to other seats. So that's why it doesn't look chaotic. It looks very organized. And here we go. We're going to enjoy some local entertainment from some local students right here in Bangkok. Interesting, eh, Mark?
Yeah, fascinating. And it's so cool that this is something that we haven't seen at any other event. So it was obviously such a success last season in Bangkok that this event took place, that it's returned. Now, factors like this, which are unique to the event itself, is want to return.
Yeah, fantastic. And they spent 2.5 months learning this just for this event and rehearsing as many times during the week. So we thank all the students and the school and the Thailand Figure Skating Association for their effort in doing something different for a Junior Grand Prix. Absolutely outstanding. We're going to take a short break. And Mark, we've got some video playbacks. What are they?
Yes. Yes, and we can look forward to, in this resurface break, seeing the video of the winner from the Junior Grand Prix in this women's competition last week in Ostrava. That was Kaoruka Wada, so making it 2 for 2 for Japanese women so far on the Junior Grand Prix. And then a chance to look back at our must-watch moments from Ostrava before finally the Figure Skating Association of Thailand's art story for this event, where you see some of the special gifts that the skaters have been receiving.
Well, we'll be back here in Bangkok with some more entertainment after these videos. Enjoy. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Imagínate, tú y yo en la playa. La arena, el mar, el sonido de las olas recorriendo todo tu cuerpo. Bésame, tócame y baila conmigo.
Omedetou gozaimasu. Subarashikata desu. How are you?
まさか優勝できるとは思ってませんでしたし、ショートもフリーもすごく楽しんで演技することができたのですごく良かったです。
Now, I understand that the great Mao Asada, three-time world champion, is your idol. How much of an inspiration is she to you?
ソチオリンピックを見た時にすごく感動してスケートをやってみたいって思った時からずっと憧れで、真央ちゃんはステップがすごくうまいですし、サインももらったことがあってすごく優しいので大好きです。
You will compete again on the Junior Grand Prix in Gdansk, Poland. What are your goals now that you've won this event? What are your goals for that competition?
今回まだまだ足りないところがたくさんあると思うので、そういうところをさらに克服してポーランドではもっと楽しくもっと完璧な演技を皆さんにお見せできるように頑張りたいです。
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the Junior Grand Prix series. おめでとうございます。
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Osava and the Czech Republic in the must-watch picks of the week. First of all, let's start with the pairs.
Yes, pairs event this week makes it 2 for 2 for Chinese junior pair teams, and Zhang and Huang were triumphant, and the reaction to their win was just a joy to watch in the kiss and cry.
Well, in the women's, Karuko Wada from Japan, 194.14, first in the short, first in the free, skating last, and there was a lot of pressure, a lot of great performances on this day, but she takes the title with an outstanding clean performance.
As for the dance event, Selena Fragi and Jean-Han Fernot made it the first time in 8 years that a French junior ice dance team has won gold on the Junior Grand Prix, and I, for one, just love the twizzle sequence. It was so difficult, so excellently done, and they're hoping to take this season, moving up from 4th at Junior Worlds last year, as a claim to make gold a gold season for them.
And in the men's, the current junior world champion Minku Seo, 224.78, was third in the short, second in the free, but he takes the title here with a fight back into the free program, and he takes the title here in Ostrava.
And we were joined this week by Jason Brown, the phenomenal skater that he is, and it was so exciting to hear from him as to what his must-watch moments of the week were.
Jacob Tikal from the Czech Republic, when he skated, I feel like it kind of, and you guys also mentioned it, the atmosphere and the environment shifted. So young, skating at home. I loved his performance, and I think I'm excited to see where he goes next. Matthias Lindfors from Finland, who did insane to Dune. I know it wasn't his day, but I cannot wait to see that program again. And then, of course, Patrick Blackwell. Like, what an incredible way to kick off the Junior Grand Prix circuit for him. And what a skate.
Great to hear from Jason. I think we agree with all of his top picks, and particularly Matthias Lindfors. Wasn't a great skate for this skater, but just choreography that was so unique, so special. Jason said that he's got a new fan of Jason, and I think we joined that club.
Absolutely, and it's amazing because he had a lot of mistakes, technical mistakes in that program, but we're talking about him because of the brilliance of the choreography and the presentation, the performance overall. It was something really to behold. You won't want to miss that performance.
And my must-watch moment for this week doesn't just come from what happened on the ice for the French pair team of Romain Telemaque and Lucas Collomb, but also what happened in the kiss and cry. They've had a really busy 2 weeks competing in back-to-back Junior Grand Prix events, and the enormity of all the pressure and the suspense and the excitement just showcased such an amazing array of emotions for them in the kiss and cry, and definitely a must-watch relive moment.
And my must-watch moment comes from Brazil, in fact, and this young man ended up second from the bottom, but he had a brilliant free program. And what's interesting about his story, he skates on an eighth of the rink of this rink. He doesn't not have a big rink at all to skate in, so therefore he goes a little slower. But his technique and the style, it's quite remarkable. He trains only in Brazil, and that's Lucas Philip Trindade Candria. It was an outstanding performance, and you won't want to miss that because we have a lot of countries starting to develop around the world in the sport of figure skating. Something very special.
So congratulations to all of the skaters and their teams that have competed here in Ostrava at the second stop on the Junior Grand Prix series. Thank you for joining Ted and I for our must-watch moments, and we look forward to seeing more amazing skating next week at the third stop of the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok.
Welcome back to Bangkok. The women's short program, first two groups have already skated. We see the warm-up for group number 3. I'm Ted Bart along with Mark Hanratty joining us from Nottingham. And Mark, it was really interesting during, you didn't see it all because we had the videos playing, but the entertainment with all those students in this building, they had the lights down and people were just clapping to it, and it was a ruckus in here. It was a lot of fun, a lot of energy, a lot of energy. It was great. Really good.
I wonder, it'd be fascinating to get an insight into what the students think of what they're seeing, because I imagine for those that haven't, aren't familiar with their sport, what is being showcased is just very unique and very unbelievable, perhaps even to those that live in here where this sport isn't as readily recognized.
And they wouldn't have skated themselves, so to see these people on knives gliding across the ice and leaping in the air is probably something very unique. But they have been in this rink a fair amount just to practice and go through their routines and watch them skating as they led up to this event. Yeah, that's great. Do we have any questions coming in?
Yes, we have some great questions, and thank you to those that have sent in questions. We continue to open the forum for any questions you may have. It goes into the International Skate Union on their social media page on Instagram, and the question has come in from @NolanXCarney. What are some of your all-time favourite moments from the Junior Grand Prix?
Oh boy, how about you? Let's start with you.
Well, I think that's a good opportunity for us to segue to get people to tune in to watch the must-watch moments, which is a new series of videos that will be the amazing team are creating with us at each of the Junior Grand Prix drops this year. Just an opportunity to recognise not just the champions, but also those that are perhaps not as competitively successful. And if you stayed with us in the resurface, then you'll have seen an example of the must-watch moments from last week, and the choreography from Matthias Lindfor, who was a skater who finished way down the standings, didn't have a good skate, a few falls, and yet still worthy of a memorable moment.
Yeah, and I talked about, I can't remember the young man's name, an Indian skater in 2017 in Yokohama, Japan, and he could barely do an axel, and he would skate extremely slowly. He only skated on ice, I think, 2 or 3 times a year. Then he'd go to a city in India and skate on an ice rink, but he was a roller skater. So he competed in Japan, and the friendliness and the warmth in which the audience welcomed him, but also the other competitors, particularly Japanese competitors, who were leaping and jumping all around him, going 100 miles an hour compared to him. They would high-five him and support him and cheer him on the ice, and it was a heartwarming moment about juniors. This is unlike anything else, where you can enter, if you're a federation within the ISU, you can enter into the Junior Grand Prix and maybe a skater at the extremely starting learning phase of their career, and so they looked out of place, no question, but we welcome them, and so that's what's really cool about that. And I'll never forget that. I did an interview with him, and he was hilarious, and he just had such courage and passion for skating, so very cool. That was a highlight moment.
Amazing. And then this movement on our screens, but as I digress, in return to the questions that have been posed, a question coming in from @CScarlet. Do you think judges ever get tired of certain music choices?
I mean, they're human, so any human would get tired of listening to some pieces so often, but I think just not the judges, all of us, if you have a piece that's been done brilliantly and then you try to recreate that with less brilliance. I mean, you take a look at Bolero with Torval and Dean, and so when people would do that, people could only remember and see Torval and Dean with Bolero. Now it's a little bit different, and there are different compositions of that, so you can freshen it up a little bit. But I would say in something that was done extremely well, yeah, they might get a little tired after a period of time. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and I think what I'm conscious of, and I don't know about the judges per se, but what I'm conscious of is that if a skater uses a piece of music but doesn't necessarily connect with it emotionally, that's when I sometimes find the most frustration with the music choice, because of course there can be skaters of different standards, but of competitive skating excellence, but when a skater perhaps picks a bold piece of music that is maybe risque, or maybe a piece of music that's heard repeatedly, I think it's that I don't mind, but when the skater doesn't appear to connect with that, maybe you shouldn't have gone for such a bold one if you're not at least showcasing your emotional connection.
Yeah, you have to match the music with the maturity of the athlete or with the growth of the athlete. And if a piece of music is very mature and requires such emotional understanding and choreography and body movement, and you don't match that at all, it makes you actually look a little worse as a skater. So you don't want to pick a piece of music that is at your level of abilities at that point in your career. Here we go. Group number 3.
And I avoided some
Ladies and gentlemen,
but they'll take up a whole while.
Save them for later. It's good. Thank you for all sending the questions in. That's awesome for us and for you. Here we go. Mark?
And now to Leong Yu, a skater representing Korea. She finished 9th in the Junior Grand Prix qualification event, and that secured her this representation of this amazing skating nation on the Junior Grand Prix circuit.
Just going to open up with it. Go ahead.
Non, je ne regrette rien. Leong Yu, just a difficult skate based on that fall on the triple flip. And the skater, as I mentioned, who was 9th in the Junior Grand Prix selection competition in Korea, so she just made the cut to achieve a Junior Grand Prix, and she would have been so desperately eager to post a score that would have justified, well, not just justified her position here, but helped her potentially in the Korean rankings when they return to events back home too.
And Mark, you can see the aggressiveness in which he enters these elements, full speed. Here's a nice triple toe, a little bit on an angle, reloads, gets up high enough for that second triple toe. It is under rotated in the system. Double axel flies off the end of the edge. Good ice coverage on that. And let's see what happens here. Good speed coming in. There's the pick. not all the way around, and the toe picks just don't grab the ice and slips off. Wow.
And I was interested to see how the judges would review the components. As we see here, the speed and the ice coverage from Naeong Yu, really impressive. She's got lots of flow. So from the skating skills component, I think it will be the highest. From the presentation, she was less expressive and committed to the projection of the performance as she was in regards to the speed she showcased.
Yeah, and that fall really hurts, not only because of the points that you lose on it, but it also impacts the performance. You can see sometimes skaters carrying that disappointment, not and shortening their not their elements, but shortening their choreography, perhaps not connecting with the music. Not that it happened that much with Naeong, but it can. And that's a disappointment for sure for her, because she can do those jumps like nothing. It's easy for her, generally speaking.
The score is 3.
And interesting, Hyung Choi with her again. She has so many students on the JGP.
Yeah, I see her every week.
Naeong Yu from Korea.
Yeah.
Well, 49.39, that's probably the lowest score she's had for a little while. That'll put her currently in 4th place. It's going to be anybody's game, really, but there's a big lead there, 9 points for Yo Takagi of Japan is in 1st place, and Simona from Israel maintains 2nd.
Nice.
Yeah.
And now the French skater Eve Dubec. She has been with Coach Malika Tahir since her first steps on the ice, and here at 17 years old, excited to travel and have the opportunity to compete in Bangkok. if Dubec, the French skater here, could rewind time as the ice dancers from France do her on ringside. I'm sure she would like to relive the last 3 minutes of her short program. Just a really difficult skate.
Yeah, and yesterday, Mark, I saw her in the practice. I saw her in the practice session, and she didn't jump during the program in the practice session, maybe because her program was a little bit early in the session. But you know, I think she struggled a little bit on the practice sessions as well, and particularly here on that opening element, she went for the triple Lutz, got up, and was rotating on the way down. You want to rotate on the way up, and then open up on the way down. And it was a little bit of the opposite, opening on the way up, and then tight on the way down. It's very difficult to stop the rotation when you do that. Here's the pop, triple flip attempt into a single flip. Now she's thinking about the 2 mistakes she has already. And then the spread eagle up into the double axel, and just behind, the weight was behind the heel or on the heel, and couldn't keep her balance on that landing edge. So, you know, 3 of the major elements have big mistakes, and that's going to be extremely costly. Her 47.69, her personal best, she'll come really very short of that.
And I think that Eve definitely has the potential to go up into the 50s range for sure.
Yeah.
And she, you know, it's tricky now. She had the excitement of competing at the Winter Youth Olympic Games earlier this year. She even had an amazing summer insofar as Paris 2024 invited her in February to share her Olympic experience. So she's had so many wonderful experiences last season. Now it's the start of the, you know, that uphill struggle for a new season.
Yeah, 35.92, that'll put F currently into 8th place. And we've seen a lot of skaters in the 30s. That's unusual, even for the juniors. And yeah, it's a strange event. You know how it is. We've talked about that. Usually when things are going really well, the whole event goes well. This has been a struggle so far.
And so now the question is, can the long skater Audrey Lee change the energy in this arena? Daft Punk, the music, that in itself should give a vibe change. Audrey Lee, before she took to the ice and started her short program, I suggested somebody needed to change the energy in the arena, and it seems like Audrey Lee has done that, not just with the Daft Punk music choice, but with the clean skate and a different approach to everything about this, from the choreography to the concept to the costume. Really good job.
Yeah, fresh energy throughout the program, some cool choreography, and a clean skate. Hopefully that'll turn the tide here in the women's short program. And here's the opening element.
Beginning. And I thought that axe looked off Axe's head, and yet she was committed.
Interesting entry into the triple toe loop, up into the double toe. Lots of turns coming in, but nicely, cleanly done. And just intended to double flip there, but watch some of the steps here, Mark.
Yeah, just as we see some of the arm movement there, unique choice. And I just love the freshness of it. It's not that there's a need to go down a conventional route, but I appreciate that Audrey and her coach, who doubles up as a choreographer, have elected to do something a little bit different from the more safe pieces of this.
Well, that's how you make a name for yourself, is be different than everybody else and have fun doing it. And you can see the smile on her face, not only for that clean program, but she had fun performing. And once you see the skater having fun themselves, it brings a smile to your face, judges as well.
And she'll see also that the judges are rewarded the composition and the presentation, those higher than the skating skills. So that indication it's not as fast as others, but the idea behind the concept of the choreography being rewarded more than the
42.48 for Audrey, and that put her currently into 7th place. And she looks pleased with that and her skate. It's a good start. And there's a look at your top 3 so far.
Next to skate, representing Mexico, Regina Garcia de Leon Saab.
A hug from coach Michelle Cantu-Felix for Regina Garcia de Leon Saab, a 17-year-old who I saw online had said that she's been counting down the days with excitement to compete here. Well, all green lights in the top left-hand corner of the screen so far for Regina Garcia de Leon, the Mexican skater here, who I saw, Ted, trained on public sessions with cones out. So another skater who doesn't have the optimal training that others have, and yet she's come here and delivered.
Yeah, it's so interesting because there are a growing number of skaters who train in less than optimum facilities and situations around the world as the sport grows. And in those skating countries, you have lots of ice. It's open ice for the most part. You don't have the public there. You don't have posts in the middle of the rink. And so for these skaters to do what they're doing in limited circumstances, it's really outstanding.
And then that, in turn, transcends the congratulations not just to Regina with the clean skate, but also to coach and choreographer. So for her, Michelle Cantu-Felix doubles up as both coach and choreographer. And again, that's now arguably Michelle's done a great job both as coach and choreographer, but it could be also because there aren't the numbers of influences in lesser skating nations, so you can't be exposed to all the different sports, and the coach has to do even more for the student if they aspire for them to compete at this level.
For sure, and there's a number of cases, mostly in Europe and in North America, where they have coaching teams. So, the work can be spread amongst them, and it's hard when you have to do it all yourself, coaching and managing and choreography and music choice and costume design and all of that.
Psychologist.
Yeah, exactly. So great job. And here, let's take a look at the scores. 39.11 is her personal best in this, and she's going to beat that by quite a bit here. 41.09, and you saw a little, okay, that's good. I always love seeing that when they get a little surprised by their score.
It's my
They're thrilled with
favorite.
it. Yeah, that's awesome. Good job.
Next to skate, representing Singapore, Joyce Yu and Yan.
And now to the skater representing Singapore, just 14 years of age, Joyce Yuen Yang. She, another skater who I've seen online having to jump on public sessions. Joyce Yu and Yang, representing Singapore, completes her short program, and she will be, I'm sure, frustrated with the fall in the opening double axel. And I've seen it on her social media, but it's a whole different ball game being able to land it in practice and then under the enormity of the occasion. However, this is an athlete that will be a little familiar with the venue, having done the International Skating Union seminar here. It's a centre of excellence in Bangkok on the ice. She has done seminars, and Joyce was part of that as we look back at the performance just delivered.
Yeah, and you wonder how long it takes to build sort of a community in this part of the world. And you know, Southeast Asia here, they've got the facility, they're doing seminars, they're running Junior Grand Prix events. It's awesome. And how long will it take for the next generation to get, you know, to get more skaters in all these countries around here to be more competitive, of course, against each other, and then as they go out into the international community as well. So it's great that we're seeing this, and we hope that it continues to build, of course.
I have to say, I continue to be so impressed by the maturity of reaction. The skates haven't been optimal for all of the skaters, but Joyce, who's joined, I think, by her coach Mo Zhang in the kiss and cry, they just seem to be so mature in the way that they conduct themselves.
Yeah, it's interesting because a number of these skaters will come here far short, and they know they are far short of being in the last group in the free program. Of course, their skill level is at a different stage of development, but they handle it so well. They're not intimidated by it. They know that they have to work within their own world and within their own abilities, and bring the joy through that, and not compare themselves with like Jia Shin, of course.
Yes, he has a whole set of different pressures and expectations.
Yeah. Short program score is 28.66, and that'll put Joyce currently into 14th place. There you go. Good work by the coach, keeping the spirits up. The next group taking to the ice. Group number 4 on the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. Mark, more questions?
Actually, an abundance of questions. We have been inundated, and thank you for them. What the next question from @April_Orica: when have you created your first choreography for yourself or other skaters? And how did it go?
Well, that's going to be you, Mark, because anything I created wouldn't be very good. No, and I choreograph through film. I edit the videos and stuff like that. So that's my creative outlet. Yeah. Okay, so how about you?
It was an interesting question because for so many of the athletes, even on their biographies that we have access to get some information on the skaters, they can list their choreographers. And I mentioned it with Regina, the Mexican skater, and I think with the Malaysian skater, how the coach doubles up as the choreographer. But there are a whole host of people that make a career of being ice skating choreographers. And interestingly, when I retired from competition, that's when I started to take interest in doing some more choreography. And it's always the case, you learn so much more about yourself and about the process when you're not in it. So now for me, the actual functionality of being a choreographer is a very important aspect, and I think it takes a huge amount of detail, time and consideration. And I think the best choreographers, they may be very busy, but they'll always devote a lot of time off the ice to the understanding of the music, the understanding of the skater, and to try to really optimize for the skater their score, because it's, for most of the skaters, their choreography can be brilliant, but if their skating skills are worthy of, say, 5 out of 10, their composition score, which is largely based on the choreography, might not get much different from that, because you can only vary the skater's score in their composition a little based on their skating skills, but it will deviate up and down, and the choreographer's job is to really try to extract as much as they possibly can from the skater himself. And it's interesting to see which names repeatedly crop up as the ones that are able to get our attention. Last week it was Monica Lindfors, the choreographer for Matthias Lindfors, and they had managed to really obviously devote a lot of time, energy and commitment into the choreography of this piece, and it was noted. And for me, it's an absolute privilege to do.
As we see choreography right now, different type of choreography with the cheers and Yeah, it's great work by those school kids, and yeah, brilliant to bring.
See why they spend so much time. It seems like we're getting different choreography in each warm-up.
Yeah, exactly. Another question, Mark.
So the next question from Catherine Bremna _RH. Why is it easier for male skaters to do Ultra C elements compared to female skaters? And this is a very important, very interesting question. Do you want to lead the field, Ted? I could talk about this quite a lot too, but it's an interesting one.
Start out.
I think it's interesting, and later in this event we'll see the Finnish skater Ida Karinen, who has acknowledged to me, or her coach certainly has, that she's been working on what they reference as Ultra C. So for those that don't know, what some call the Ultra Cs are the triple axel and the quadruple jumps, and we certainly see far more of them. We've referenced already at this event, Ted's seen Via Nakata working in multiple different quadruple jumps, and we do not think that there are any women, maybe Ida Karinen is working on it, but that will include that in their competitive arsenal in this event. It's an interesting debate, and it is one that there aren't as many factual studies for me to state absolute clarity, but there have tended to be lots of injuries on young bodies trying these multi-rotational jumps, and it's well, I think I've heard you, Ted, previously reference the strength to mass ratio, and just for the men, it does appear that it has certainly chicken and egg. Maybe because the men need the quadruple jumps to be competitive, that's why they're performed more. Maybe it's a case of their physical development, but it's an interesting debate.
No, I think it's true that if it's not required, because nobody else is doing it, you don't do it. You work within the choreography, you work within the triple combinations, you work within the quality, the GOE scores, all of that. Those are where you gather your scores and your points. But if somebody's doing a quad and you're close to them, but now the quads, you've got to think about doing that. In the men, it's more relevant, of course, and they're going to start those quads a lot earlier in juniors. We did have women before doing quads in juniors and in seniors. We don't have that anymore at this point, but that may come back. The problem is that you don't see the effect on what happens to the body with quads in these few years. You see that down the road after they've retired and gone on with life. And so the ISU is concerned about their life, not just about their competitive life. So worrying about the development of a person's physical status as they grow as a result of pounding their body when they're young, what responsibility does the organization have with that? And I think their consideration is good for a life health, not just a competitive health.
And it's going to be really interesting to see how over the next Olympic cycle from 26 to 2030, whether or not quads might become something that are more of a necessity. The current and reigning junior world champion Mao Shimada continues to include a quadruple toe loop in her competitive plan program content, but the quality of her other stuff is so good that even though it's not consistent, she can still come away with titles.
Yeah, exactly. The quads take, it's absolutely, well, I say perfection is the wrong word, but I'm not sure what else to use here. Perfect timing on the takeoff, and the time that you have in the air is 0.06 seconds, so it's less than a second. You have to be extremely efficient. So anything goes wrong, that makes a tumble. So if you don't need it, then people don't do it. They'll get the points in other places, as you mentioned, with skating skills and choreography and whatnot. Okay, here we go. Group number 4, Mark. Good questions, though.
Yes, thank you. And now we can just see, it's also interesting to see how the skaters approach their performance. And Ella Hawkes on the ice currently just simulating her rotational position and her takeoffs, because it will be those 3 jumping passes that will be so pivotal in the score that she has as the skater born in Cape Town takes to the ice. Well, that's the reaction that we wish for everybody to have when they complete their performance, as Ella Hawks takes to the centre of this ring to receive applause.
Yeah, really interpretive. I mean, she certainly used the choreography and very musical. You can see that off the top of the program. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. You can see the focus and the isolated movement.
That's cool.
Right with the phrasing of the music. And here is the triple flip. This did not lift off the ice. Really, the skaters are having a hard time popping off the ice in the takeoffs. There's a triple salto. That was good lift on that one. Up into the double toe. And then the double axel, arms and free legs snap up into the air, lifting her off into the ice. And then this is a pretty cool exit of the double axel.
I was impressed by that. And it's always good to see a skater having the bravery to be a little bolder in some of their movement choices. And even from the beginning, as you thought, shame she misses that feature. That difficult sit to the camel. It's a shame. So that is a level in itself. So relatively easy points lost, little as Douglas Hawes joins and shapes the hearts together in the kiss and cry. And Ella Ted had a fundraiser from her local club to support the skaters competing internationally, and it's wonderful to see that community of skaters that, I think it's the Western Province Figure Skating Association, I'm not quite sure exactly which skating club it is, but there's a great support network in place for Ella and some of the other skaters that represent that rank, and I love to see them rallying around.
Wow, what
proud they must be.
What joy in the kiss and cry. That's awesome. 44.15 is her personal best, so we'll see how close she comes to that. But she's happy to be here, happy with the skate. Unfortunate on the triple flip, that is a downgrade, of course, but the rest of the program was really well delivered.
And I guess without knowing from Ella about the triple flip and her reaction to this performance suggests that she went for the triple flip is perhaps not consistent.
No,
she seems happy with the performance, so you think maybe she's just putting it in to push herself.
Yeah,
for a long-term plan.
I saw her in practice, doing them or trying them, and very close. So I think she's going, well, I'm not trying to win here. I'm just trying to get better, right? And so let's give that a try. So good job. She certainly looks thrilled with that performance, and man, that's nice to see that. That's the love of skating.
She was in Michigan recently. I think that was with Doug Hawes. She's been in Michigan recently to push herself, to learn a little bit more in preparation and in advance of this. And so I think she'll probably be incredibly grateful to everyone that's helped support her on this journey, both in the training to it and in the participation of it.
Yep.
Ella Hawes from the Republic of
Short program scores for Ella, 40.39, and there she is. So that's awesome reaction. And that'll put her currently in 9th place.
This puts her currently.
Wow, bags of personality, eh? Lots of fun.
Yeah. Thumbs up.
Next to skate, representing New Zealand, Renee Tsai.
And now taking to the ice, Renee Tsai. And she will skate to Hallelujah by Lindsay Sterling.
Well, Mark, I have to say that's a beautiful performance. That is simply charming and delightful. And wow, I didn't expect that. Wonderful posture, great choreography, musicality. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, just delightful, and I love the upright feature, the difficult variation, and the combo spin at the end of the program. And my notes on Renee were that she mentioned that she watches lots of YouTube, and she cites the Yuna Kim 2010 Olympic performance as an inspiration, but she also acknowledged Jia Shin as an inspiration. I thought how amazing that she's here at the event competing alongside Jia Shin, and she won't be too far behind with a performance like that.
You know, look at the patience and how she uses. I was thinking when I was watching her skate how important the face is, because if you can see expression on the face, it only helps as we see the triple flip, just having to step out of that. And she comes down the ice with a triple toe, double toe, nicely done, good flow between the two jumps. But she has an expression both in her choreography and her body movement and her face, and It's just really beautiful. Beautiful camel spin here. Change combination spin level 3, pardon me, dropping 1 feature, but good quality, a plus GOE. There's that move.
And this is creative, so creative, and that should get that extra bullet point on the grade of execution from the judges.
Yeah, some really nice quality in and throughout her whole program with all the moves. And it looks like she takes care of everything. Many skaters just take care of the jumps and maybe the spins, but not the choreography. But Renee takes care of every small little detail. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and huge congratulations to her and the team. And this is another skater, when I was watching online to get some information, I saw Renee, she was jumping triple flip between the cones on busy public sessions. So a skater that doesn't perhaps have the same optimal training as well.
Well, 48.68, good score for Renee, and that'll put her currently into 6th place. And I'm pretty sure that she may not have expected to be there at this stage of the competition, but there she is. They're thrilled.
That's nice.
Next to skate, representing Hong Kong, China, Megan Wong!
This is a fascinating young woman. She founded Rise and Thrive, a platform dedicated to help young athletes manage the emotional and physical challenges of adolescence. An amazing young woman who competed in the Junior Grand Prix last season as well. Megan Wong. A mixed bag for Megan Wong, the 16-year-old born in Hong Kong. Mistakes on the triple flip will be costly. a skater who's obviously coming into this prepared with the reality and awareness of what is necessary. She had the triple lutz combo, triple flip included. I don't know how it will all pan out in regards to the grades of execution, because some of the GOEs were a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, 4 out of 7 elements are under review, just checking the rotation on both some spins and the jumps as well. The triple lutz is under rotated, but got the combination done. That would be part of the mission here. Sometimes it's just to stand up on the jumps or the combinations at a certain stage of development and not worrying so much about the under rotation at this point. Let's take a look at the landing here. Yeah, you can see clearly that was under rotated, and that's all the way around on the double toe loop, no problem. Let's take a look here at the triple flip. There's an edge. Watch right here, goes into the outside edge right there, and that is supposed to be on a back inside edge, and it was under rotated as well. So 2 mistakes on that one element. And here's the double axel. No problem there. Maybe a little bit small, but some of the step sequences as well. 44.71 is her personal best, and she might come close to that here with this performance. Still some flaws, but it's not bad overall.
Yeah, and I just wonder whether or not, because we have access to the inputs from the system and when the reviews are happening, is she's joined by her coaches in the kiss and cry of the implications of the additions. So this, we see the score starting more favorably, and inevitably it gets reduced as the reviews go in, because the technical panel will just ask for a review if they have a question mark over the element, and then upon review they'll be able to ascertain whether or not it was, say, an edge call or a rotation issue. And that's why the score here started up near 50, and now it's going to drop down towards the 40 marker.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to be able to see this, and it's you know, maybe in the future, who knows, that the fans will be able to see the process, maybe even hear the process, because when you hear what the technical panel is doing and saying and looking at, you understand, oh, okay, I know what they did. Okay, that's fine. And same thing with watching the scores come in. You can see the filtering, if you will, of the detail of the program. Let's take a look at the scores. For Megan, 44.04. But pretty happy with that score. That'll put Megan Wong currently into 8th place.
This puts her currently in 8th place.
And I think that's probably a really interesting way to go. Hopefully the sport will be able to do that, where the audience can participate a little bit more, not participate, pardon me, to be witness, if you will, the process. Yeah.
And fascinating opportunity for Sama Jurak to represent QH, and her coach Yulia had explained that it truly is an honour for her to be here, and how proud she and those around her are of her participation. Sama Jurak, representing Kuwait, a skater who started skating just 5 years ago, and her journey reflects not only her determination, but the growing presence of figure skating in Kuwait, and her coaches are committed to the nurturing of a next generation of skaters, blazing the trail for a skating nation who hasn't had a skating presence necessarily on the international stage.
And I know that there is an initiative by the ISU to grow the sport in the Middle East, and they've had some seminars, and I think I talked about Ebegurka from Egypt sort of spearheading that, and that's just a great initiative. So we see a Middle Eastern country, Kuwait, participating in the Junior Grand Prix and getting involved, getting engaged, and hopefully inspiring another generation or a new generation of young skaters in Kuwait and around the Middle East. It's just awesome.
And when we watch Sama here, the knowledge that she's only skated for 5 years without the exposure, yes, of course on YouTube perhaps, but without the exposure to a whole host of other athletes, just, you know, it's so inspiring. We see even there within the change foot combination spin, the attempt to try to be mindful of the new rules this year. So they're obviously reading and observing everything that's happening on the current stage as Coach Julia joins.
And I would love to speak to her to find out, coming out of this competition, are you more excited about more pursuit? Because I think one of the great things about our sport is it's so difficult that every time you get a little win, and I don't mean in competition, in a practice, you know, oh, I did this, I never done this before, and I did it before. It just fuels you to continue to chase these difficult elements. So it would be really interesting to talk to her, and maybe we'll get a chance this week, I'm not sure, but it's so fun to see these athletes coming from completely different parts of the world.
And Sama, her ISU biography lists that her practice in the low season is 1 hour per week.
Oh my
gosh. In the high season, 2 hours per week.
That's
so
incredible.
This week alone in the practice,
yeah,
you know, for most of the skaters here, they do less hours when they're at the event. She'll be doing more hours just with the practices offered here on site.
And I would love to have them talk about what they love about it, you know, because this is a new country. It's not as if they've been exposed by it and watch it, right? So when you took to the ice, what was it what do you love about this sport, right? And hopefully, you know, different parts of the world will listen and see eventually and say, well, let's give that a try. Of course, they need to have a rink in their country first, but wow, very cool.
So cool. And it's interesting, I've been talking recently as we watch Sama just await her scores to professional skaters who no longer, they're doing other work, and they say nothing can take the place of the joy of skating.
Yeah. For Sama, 9.74 for the program. Of course, that'll put her currently in the 19th place. The numbers are irrelevant. The joy and experience is so important. And you can see enjoyed, but the smile on her face. Unique experience, that's for sure.
Representing Kyrgyzstan, Daria Snegovskaya.
And that's the skater representing Kyrgyzstan, Daria Snegovskaya. Coach Vladimir Butner, and she will skate to the soundtrack from the House of Flying Daggers. Daria Snegovskaya completes her short program, and as Kita, that's obviously, you know, the triple southpaw at the beginning showcased a comfort and rotational position, some spinning position showcasing feature potential. Just interesting that the choice of music wasn't perhaps reflected in the choreo.
Yeah, working more technically than with the program itself. You know, drums are not always easy to skate to, but got the triple sow double toe loop done, under rotated in the Sako, the double axle, makes that work as well. And the double flip, a little bit on the lean, but kind of worked out for her. Same lean as the landing edge. And some of the steps here as well. It's just a level 2 on the step sequence. So,
and as we see, Daria, she's obviously got a good awareness of the rockers, counters, and the twizzles, the difficult steps required within the step sequence, but just not pressing into the edge to showcase the glide. But good to see smiles in the kiss and cry. And it's hard to know for Daria Snegovskaya what she will be aspiring for in the competition, because it's hard to find intel on previous results. So I'm not sure what she would be wanting to be able to see, perhaps based on her reaction to the scores, whether or not it's good or bad.
Yeah, it's a good point, not only for this young skater, but also for all the skaters, because their goals are quite different. You know, some are just entry level, just get here and get through your program. And some are getting a personal best score. And some is, I want to be in the top 10. And some is, I need to be on the podium, right? So everybody's a little bit different coming in. You go to a senior Grand Prix event, they're all going for the podium. And they're all skilled, you know, they can all compete at that level. This is a wider range of abilities, depending much on the facilities that they have to train with, the coaching experience they have. I mean, we had one skater from Vietnam who is coached via Zoom calls, right? So it is significantly different from skater to skater.
Yeah, and I think Daria Snegovskaya has the potential to get good skating skills component scores, and she's obviously got the potential to do all the triples based on the rotational position that we saw in her triple Salchow. Just I don't think that was perhaps packaged in a manner that will be as judge friendly necessarily. There just wasn't the flow and the speed and the glide, or perhaps the House of the Flying Daggers, such a great track, but maybe it was a little bold for her at this stage because her brain was fixated more on the tech score than on the components.
Yeah, just 10 hours a week in Bishkek for the high season, and 8 hours a week for the low season. So although that's more than some of the skaters we've talked about already this season, or in this event, it's still not a lot of time compared to a lot of the other athletes. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Daria. She doesn't have a personal best. We don't have a lot of bio information on her, so it's hard to know what we're judging this score against for her within her own career. Short program score 26.74. We can just judge it by the expression, which there is not a lot there, so probably hoping for more, thinking she could or should have had more perhaps, and that'll put her currently in 19th place.
Next to skate, representing Kazakhstan, Anna Sanikova.
And now to 14-year-old Anna Sanikova. She competed in the Kazakhstan Summer Championships a couple of months ago. A short program score there, 47. So that's an indication of what she aspires to achieve here. Anna Sanikova concludes her shot program. She opened with the triple toe. That's gone into the system as having a review. As 2 has the change foot combo spin, but it's one element that will be reliving perhaps in Anna's sleep tonight. This triple flip, which was intended to be the second element, just popped that into a single, just rushed a little bit to take off.
And coached by Oksana 10, so I wonder if that's any relationship. There's the triple toe loop up into the second triple toe. Looks to get around. It's a quarter on the first triple toe, but then we pop this triple flip into a single, and that's a big loss. Double axel. And some nice moves in here. Yeah. And this unique position, not easy. The flexibility to get your head back while you have the foot. I mean, I don't know. It looks like a knot. You know, it looks difficult. That's for sure.
I have just done a little check on Oksana 10. I do believe is the mother of Dennis 10.
Wow.
Incredible skater.
Yeah, he was a fabulous world contender for a number of years before his life was cut short.
Many of the skaters referenced Dennis 10, 2014 Olympic bronze medalist, and I think 2-time world silver medalist as an inspiration.
Yes.
So many from a kind of choreographic perspective as well.
And they have the Dennis 10 competition, I think, coming up in a little while, a number of weeks in Kazakhstan. And I don't know if you've seen the field. I've taken a look at the field, and there's some really good skaters going to that competition. So there's great respect for Dennis 10 and for the competition in Kazakhstan, and a lot of top skaters around the world will compete in that event.
And how wonderful to see Dennis's mother here supporting Anna and helping to teach and lead the next generation of skaters for the nation.
You can certainly see Dennis's face and his mother. They have the same look and this. Wow.
The scores, please.
But his memory lives on and inspires the next generation of skaters from Kazakhstan. Doesn't have
Anna scoring, and another skater without much previous. Certainly this is her first junior Grand Prix, so this will go down now as her personal best, for which I think she's happy.
She looked pretty happy, 43.47, and that'll put her in ninth. We don't have a personal best for her, so that's it. So 43.47 personal best for Anna. She takes over ninth place after 4 groups. Up next, we're going to get some more entertainment during the ice resurfacing, Mark. But until we get to that, do we have a question? Another question?
Thank you.
Yes, some great questions. Easy one first, which I cannot answer, from @HighQueenEB. How is the weather in Bangkok this year, Mr. Barton?
Hot, humid, and sticky as usual, and it's funny because it's the rink is not cold. It's very, very pleasant because it's cooler, but outside it's very, very humid in this part of the world. There's no question. Not only this country, in many countries. So if you're not used to that, I'm from Canada, like you're cold country, right? It's different, but it's very, very, very pleasant always going outside. You're always warm, that's for sure.
And then other questions coming in from @ArtyomSTV. How do you keep your voice from getting hoarse after a long day of talking?
Well, you would have lemon tea with honey if it gets hoarse. And the fact that the two of us speak, you're sort of not using it as much.
Shares the burden.
Yeah, exactly. And we're not yelling. So it's been not too bad. So yeah, I don't know. But lemon tea and a little honey and keep you going.
Good to go.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Somebody, I don't know for what reason or for what it was exactly, but somebody had sent me a video of me commentating from Worlds in Japan a year ago.
Yes.
I was like, oh my goodness, somebody needs to give him some honey and lemon because that was hoarse.
Yeah, exactly. And me and Riga was sick as well. So it's a struggle. As we take a look at the school, grade 11 students who have trained for 2.5 months to provide this entertainment on the ice resurfacing and the warm-ups as well. They've done a fantastic job, and it's a very unique competition. They have a lot of participation. It's sustainable arena where the matting around the rink is made out of tires, so they're recycled. And so there's so many special aspects to this facility for sustainability, and we salute the Thailand Figure Skating Association for their efforts to help Mother Earth. It's great.
That actually would be reflected in the videos that we'll get to watch during this ice resurface as well.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a short break, Mark. What do we have on the lineup?
First of all, a chance to look back at what happened at this event 12 months ago with the backstage fun, and then a little insight into this International Training Centre, which is an ISU Centre of Excellence. And we conclude this resurface break with a look at the upcoming ISU Short Track World Tour.
Enjoy. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the IWIS International Training Centre at the heart of Bangkok, the only International Skating Union recognised centre of excellence in Southeast Asia. with state-of-the-art facilities encompassing an 1,800 square meter Olympic-sized ice skating rink and a world-class venue for international events. Developed for every level of skater, from beginner to future Olympic star, where competitive ice skating and environmental protection combine to build a better future for sports and all mankind. By prioritizing sustainability at the forefront of our operations, we have established the IWIS International Training Center as an environmentally, socially, and economically responsible venue where athletes of today develop the world of tomorrow. Our commitment to continuous carbon dioxide reduction and the ultimate goal of achieving 100% renewable energy catalyzes us to mitigate skating's extensive carbon footprint by employing solar cell electricity throughout the facility, enabling us to generate over 34,000 kilowatt hours per month and achieving average savings of 23.4% on electricity bills. Our promotion of green technologies has realized tangible results to uphold us as the benchmark for the world to follow, inspiring us to create the first and only skating rink in the world founded on the principles of upcycling. Working closely with private sector partners such as petrochemical giant PTTGC has helped us become unique as Thailand's first upcycled skating rink, installed with upcycled rubber flooring and furniture. The rubber flooring is a Thailand first, upcycled from discarded synthetic rubbers, including car tires and plastic insulated cables. We have reduced over 9.5 tons of waste and 470 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalents. The furniture at our center from low-density polyethylene from post-industrial waste byproducts such as off-spec or discarded low-density polyethylene plastic resins has helped us realize 43 kilograms of waste and 44.33 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent reduction. Furthermore, our work with public and private sector organizations, such as the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization or TGO, to facilitate eco-friendly events, enables us to accurately evaluate, minimize, and offset carbon emissions from our major events, whilst we additionally buy back carbon credits from accredited organizations, including the Noresuan Hydropower Project. We take immense pride in maintaining all events at IWIS as carbon neutral. We have revolutionized the minutest detail to underscore our environmental mission, from turning waste into wares and never letting any opportunity go to waste. A prime example is our collaborative U-turn platform with GC, where we upcycled waste into wearable merchandise for our athletes. We also adhere to rigorous procurement policies, ensuring only certified eco-friendly supplies are purchased whenever possible. We also extend the eco-friendly philosophy to visiting athletes and involve them in eco-conscious initiatives. These include inviting them to participate in tree planting activities and taking advantage of green transportation options. We provide sponsorship on Bangkok's BTS SkyTrain and provide bicycles for shorter nearby commutes. At the same time, our environmental commitment has been recognized by a Carbon Neutral Award from Thailand's Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, and Gold Level for Green Office certification from the Department of Environmental Quality Promotion Department. We have revolutionized the sports industry's approach to facilities development and advanced the cause of a greener and cleaner planet. As the international focus turns to the IWIS International Training Center as a prime location for global competitions, we invite you to join us and be a part of our journey creating a purer new world.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bangkok, Thailand. Day one of Junior Grand Prix, week number 3. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanruddy, joining us from Nottingham. Mark, we've just had, they're sitting still now and quiet, but up to this point, it's just been rocking in this building. It's hard to believe. We saw the start of it, of course, but it goes just crazy during the ice resurface. It's really terrific. We thank all the students, grade 11 students from the school that's just across the way here at this facility, and for the effort by the Thailand Figure Skating Association for doing something very special for these athletes and for the fans that are here as well. We don't see in this shot, actually, they have a VIP stand at the end of the rink, and that's quite full as well. So it's been pretty good attendance, and there'll be much more to come over the next 2 days.
And I think also having seen the insight into this building, just it's interesting on so many facets, not just the fact that it's a centre of excellence for the International Skating Union, the construction of the building, and the fact that they're just doing so much promote a sport that is not as commonly appreciated.
That's great, and the ISU should be very proud of not only this federation, as we take a look at the warm-up group for group number 5, but about the effort to expand ice sports, both short track and figure skating in this part of the world, as we talked about the Middle East being involved in development seminars and camps for figure skating. Just terrific. It's one of my passions about the Junior Grand Prix. We want to talk about that. This is an open event. So if you're a member of the ISU, you can send a skater to this competition. It doesn't require a standard. We've had some pretty low scores over the years, and maybe 8 points or something like that. But the point is participation. Of course, that does not exist in the ISU Senior Grand Prix. There you have to qualify through world points, and then, of course, the ISU Championships as well. So this is the one event that the ISU, the one series that the ISU is for the world. It's truly for the world.
And actually that leads into one of the questions that had come in, and again thank you to those that have sent questions into the International Skating Union for us to try and answer. One of which was, why does the Junior Grand Prix have so many more contestants than the senior level? Ted, you just explained it exactly. Yeah,
exactly, and it's part of the fun, as I mentioned, that great story about that Indian skater back in 2017, and we've seen other skaters. We had a skater from Ecuador here, Mongolia we have coming up at the final skater in this group, or in this competition, and what else was it here? We just had Kuwait. So,
yes.
You know, it's phenomenal. We've had skaters from Chile, from Argentina, of course, from Venezuela yet? I think, I'm not sure yet.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's very cool. Very cool. You won't see that in the Senior Grand Prix. You won't see that in the ISU Championship unless they qualify, of course. But at this stage, you'll see this here on the Junior Grand Prix.
And I think while we, obviously tuning in to watch the Junior Grand Prix, a lot of the skaters that compete at the Senior Grand Prix reference back so fondly and positively about their experience as juniors because there was a different perspective.
Well, for sure. It's, when you get to make the Junior Grand Prix, event, there's different types of fun in life, but this is one of the types of fun. This is their first, outreach to seeing and meeting other skaters from around the world, and it's a thrill to wear the patch of your country, your flag, and skate for your country. And although it's the same thing in senior to a certain degree, it's a different type of fun, a little bit more serious, a lot more training, and hard to get to those international competitions as a senior.
Yeah, Senior Grand Prix, really an illustrious career, and I think many of the skaters did all these benchmarks for the athletes. Certainly many acknowledging that to get to this, a big benchmark for many of these athletes. It would be perhaps Junior World Championships, which is the big next significant milestone for their career, and certainly for the seniors to be given the participation at the Senior Grand Prix, and that has all been released and revealed. So the International Skating Union has revealed all the participants for these Senior Grand Prix assignments, apart from some of the host nation can anti-metrics.
Love seeing these grade 11 students just participating and watching. As I talked about a little earlier, some of these students in fact have started to explore the ice and short track and figure skating, so there's a benefit to the community. Get them exposed to these sports and have them participate as well, so it's a lot of fun.
One of the questions that's come in from @EmmaViolet96, she says, in the score box, which we see in the top left-hand corner of the screen when the skater is skating, what does it mean when there is a plus sequence or a plus rep?
A plus what? Oh, plus sequence.
Plus SEQ.
Yeah, so that would be a missed jump element that doesn't count as, let's like a total. Let's say the sequence itself has been destroyed by putting your foot down or some illegality. The second jump will not count.
And then for the plus rep, that's if a skater is in a pre-skate, so not today in the short program, but if in the pre-skate a skater does 2 triple jumps and they're not, the second one is not in combination, or the first one isn't in combination, then the skater will have that plus rep sign, and then they receive just 70% of their value for the repeated jump. Unless if they put it in combination, then they get the full value of the jump, but they just can't have this in place, really just not have too much repetition per se.
Yeah, and there are a lot of little rules that try to even the playing field for people when mistakes are made that they are costly. So when you popped a triple jump into a single, you've lost 4 or 5. You know exactly what you've lost. And quite often, I remember when the system was first initiated, people said, well, I don't know what score I have. I don't understand those numbers. They absolutely understand those numbers now. They come off the ice knowing pretty close what their score is going to be. So they know the value of each jump, the value of the spins, the value of the features. Now there are 4 features in spins, for instance, that you can achieve. If you achieve those 4 features, you're going to get a level 4, which is a higher base, a higher value of the element. And then of course there could be more points if it's well done, less points if it's poorly done. So there's a variety of different ways that you can earn points as in a program, and quite often people who don't know about that scoring, they can enjoy a performance, but they don't understand why the scores are low.
And certainly for those of you that are less familiar, when you're looking at that top left corner of the screen, if each box, if it turns green, that means the judges liked it for the criteria they have. If it turns red, then it has a negative repercussion on the score too.
Yeah, if it's green, they're adding points to that base value of that element. If it's red, they're removing points to the base value of that element. If it's gray, it's just the base value. Okay.
Neither wonderful, neither bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go. Group number 5.
And now to the skater representing Uzbekistan, Varvara Korakova, who boasts her personal bests from this event 12 months ago when she competed here last. Barbara Korgula from Uzbekistan
Wow,
really lays down an excellent skate.
You saw the sort of double fist pump, and she had a smile well before the end of the program. This was solid for her. Triple flip, triple loop, double toe loop, and the double axel. So jump-wise, she accomplished what she came here to do, and pretty good performance as well. So she'll be pretty thrilled with this. I think there's the triple flip all the way around, nice and clean. That's a plus GOE on that. So adding the score to that base value. There's triple loop, double toe loop. That is a minus 0.29, removing just a few points from the base value. This double axle, all good. And there's the laid back side position. Little bit of traveling there across the ice. You want to stay in one spot. The laid back spin is in at level 1 only. So missing 3 features, but there's the smile. It's still there in the kiss and cry.
Yeah, absolutely priceless.
Yeah,
to see that reaction.
41.54 is her personal best. I think she's going to come close to, if not beat that score. Oh, that's awesome.
Well done, Barbara.
Yeah.
And actually, Ted, when I was just finding out some of her previous other internationals, she did the Dance 10 Memorial last year. She did the Ephesus Cup in Turkey. All of those scores were around that mid to high 30s, low 40s. So it's wonderful to see a skater showcasing all the hard work that's done. It's one thing in making the improvements in the off season. It's a whole other thing replicating it when it counts.
Absolutely. Let's see the reaction as the score comes up.
Barbara Korokova from Uzbekistan has earned.
There it is, 44.49. And she's pretty happy with that. That spot continues to grow, and she puts her currently into 8th place.
This puts her currently in 8th place. Next to skate, representing China, Yihan Wang.
And now to 14-year-old Yihan Wang. She did the Chinese Figure Skating Inter-Club League in the summer and showcased some real quality there. Excited to see this performer skating to Paint It Black.
Wow.
Yihan Wang has just laid down a skate that could very well threaten the leader, Yo Takagi, currently in first place with 64.99. But that was very, very impressive, Ted.
It wasn't just the elements, it was how solid her skating skills, the momentum, the changing of directions, the solid spins, the fast spins. It's just incredible. The quality of this young woman in performance and technical of a high standard. Yeah, you might very well be looking at the new leader here. We'll find out. Nicely done with a little change of edge there. The triple flip, no problem. Late in the program, gets really back in time. Look at the speed of the spin. This is normal speed. It's not slow speed, but it's this fast. A little hop over into the back, sit spin, change combination is level 4 with a 1.05 added to the score for the quality. So that's a 4.55 element. And here's the step sequence. This is in at level 3, so just missing one feature there. That's the only area that she had less than what she's capable of doing. Look at this. Oh my gosh, the speed of this layback spin, but it's level 3 actually. Layback spin just level 3. Not just. But all the elements are in the plus GOE, so she added scores to her total by the quality of the execution of the elements. Just lovely. Do we have a new leader?
Over 6 points on creative execution.
Yeah.
I think.
You think?
It's going to be very close.
60.43 is her personal best. She would need a 65, just above 65, to take the lead. Short program score, there it is, 65.390. You got a little reaction from her there as Yihan Wang from China takes over the lead, and that is a bit unexpected, but very welcome. Wow.
So she was just off the podium last year, and she has obviously done a huge amount of work to make sure that doesn't happen now.
Oh my gosh, and she's still not too much of an expression off the ice. Here we go.
So now to Chilean Santana Wongso, a skater, another of the skaters who was here in the Centre of Excellence for the ISU seminar in May of this year. First Junior Grand Prix. Well, congratulations to Chilean Santana Wongso, a skater who lives in West Java, a province in Indonesia, and the only one ice rink in the province, and it's in a shopping mall, 2/3 the size of this rink. And Chile had explained to me that regardless of the size of the rink, it's semi-outdoor in a garden. So when she trains, she's surrounded by plants and flowers, and sometimes sees a beautiful sunset while she's on the ice. So although condolences to the fact that she has to train, she doesn't have figure skating sessions, she always trains with the public, but it doesn't sound all bad in regards to the environment she's in.
It doesn't at all. You just wonder whether the heat has any effect on the ice itself. There's the double axle, gets all the way around, obviously a little on the quarter actually, on the landing. There's the double Lutz, double toe loop, needs some more speed and flow through there. Hangs on to it. And here's the layback spin. Here's the side position, watch your shoulders, go straight back now. That's one of the features. The blade, catching the blade is another feature. Waiting for 8 revolutions, but doesn't get it all the way. So just a level 2, just 2 of the 4 features. To get to a level 4, there's that split jump. And she enters double flip a little bit later in the program.
And I thought, as we see parts of the step sequence, that Chile had connection. She had, it's not a music piece that I've heard. I don't understand, not sure of the significance of it to Chile Ann, but she seemed connected with it. And while she doesn't have triple jump content, she seemed to have the confidence of delivery when it came to presentation that maybe others with more tech score didn't have.
Yeah, that must be fun skating in a mall. I mean, you have to skate with public skating, and then probably people watching you. Wow, look at her! And then you're skating outside, and the birds are flying, and the trees are there, and you know, completely different environment than many people around the world.
Like
for sure.
A centre of excellence for you know the other skaters that are top the field here.
Let's take a look at the short program score, 32.12, and they look pretty happy with that. And put Julianne currently in the 19th place, and there is the high five shake.
This puts her currently in 19th place. Next to skate, representing the United States of America,
some support happening from her teammates for Logan Legas Chen. She turned 16 last Tuesday. The US junior champion gets ready to try and claim a medal at the Junior Grand Prix this year. Well, the US junior champion Logan Egas-Chan, cheered on by ice dancers from the United States of America. She's had a similar fate in her short program to the favorite Jia Shin, who also had problems with the big jump combo, and that is heavily the most weighted element, so it's going to be difficult for Logan to stay competitive.
She did a very good job to keep herself together the rest of the way. And you can see her coming off the ice pretty disappointed because that's a big element. She's a good skater, a really good skater. Good power and speed, beautiful position, nice choreography. There's a lovely double axel to open up. Look at that, riding that edge, extension. Beautiful pop. It just got the upper body going a little bit too early. Looked like the toe might have slipped just a little bit on the takeoff. There's the triple flip though. She made that nice and solid. She knew she had to have that.
I loved how that flip. There was still transitional content on the forward inside edge.
Yeah.
Before she turned it backwards, that she was still committed to presentation and composition. Ever so slight wobble there. And Logan, I understand she was born in Hong Kong, and she and her mum traveled every day to China for lessons with the former world champion Liu Chen. And so huge commitment from her mum to support her skating then. And then she moved to Tammy Gamble 4 or 5 years ago. Again, life moving, the whole family, the investment in the pursuit of an Olympic dream is so strong.
And the skater has to feel a little bit of the weight of that, you know, as you progress. But in the end of the day, it's a sport. As the up days and the down days, and this unfortunately on this day that missed opening element 49.98, and that's reflective of the quality of the rest of her skating, and that'll put her currently into 5th place. So the score would have been up in the 50s, the mid-50s without that miss. And you can see the top 5 skaters right there as we see Jia Shin, number 4 in this. I mean, that's a shocker, but she certainly has the ability to climb the ladder.
And now to a skater who competed at the Asian Open Figure Skating Trophy just last week. Chloe Tang, 15 years old, skated to Requiem for a Dream by Escala. Chloe Tang smiles at the conclusion of her short program. I think mixed bag of emotions. She appeared to be invested in the performance. I love how she's joyfully taking her applause from the audience with a glide. Obviously the mistake on her triple flip.
But her planned program was the triple flip to start with, but she did the triple Lutz double toe, and that might be one of the few times, or first time she's done that. But then she doubled the flip. I think that would be the disappointment. But she's got a huge smile coming off the ice. She's, I think, thrilled with that performance here on the Junior Grand Prix.
And I'd read that she'd been working hard to get her triple Lutz consistent. So like you say, Ted, perhaps this is a reaction to the joy of getting a good Lutz done.
Here it is.
As we see it now.
Great speed off that back outside edge. Huge jump in the air. Gets the toe planted for the double toe loop. Hangs on kind of to that landing edge. And then here's the triple flip attempt, and she wants it so badly, but she pops it. Upper body went a little early on a lean. She bailed out of that. Had the double. And there's the double axel. And that was nice. And the step sequence here had some really nice moves. Yeah, terrific energy. That is in at level 3, in fact. So just missing one feature on the steps. Nice little loop and little spin there. She had the joy on her face all the way through the program.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's not the refinement of liner and elegance, but what she lacks in that, she brings with the energy. Even here at the end, must be a skater who trains their programs hard, because the commitment to finish position like that requires run through mileage in the legs and in the body to be able to deliver.
And look at that smile. You just love that. She's just loving the moment, loving that feeling. You work so hard and have so many times where programs just don't come together. But on this stage, the Junior Grand Prix here in Bangkok, she delivered a beautiful performance for herself, and we'll see what the score is and where that will place her after the short. Here, coach, for the score. 46.67 as the smile grows, and that'll put Chloe Tang currently into 10th place.
This puts her currently in 10th place.
I don't think she stopped smiling since the time she stepped on the ice. That is awesome.
She's going to be so happy.
Yeah.
So, last week, Kaoruko Wada debuted in her Junior Grand Prix and went on to win. Will the same happen for this next skater, Mei Okada? She skates to unusual weight and be Italian.
In a very unusual way, one time I needed you. In a very unusual way, you were my friend.
Mei Okada from Japan, a skater who I saw do triple loops, triple toe in warm-up consecutively and repeatedly. Unfortunately, the judges are not judging the warm-up, and they will be having to reflect on the triple loops single toe loop for Mei Okada and how that will impact her. A skater who actually had beaten last week's winner, Kaoroko Wada, by 30 points at their last domestic event in Japan a month ago. So my assumption was that Mei Okada could be vying to contend with Jia Shin, but then neither Jia Shin nor Mei Okada have had the optimal event here.
Well, Mei is a really fast rotator. You can see the opening of her program here, just taking the time, setting the stage to this really beautiful music. And you watch how fast she rotates here, but she just rushes in that pick and does not fold into rotation. That's a surprise, but she doesn't let it really affect the rest of the program. Some good steps and choreography coming into the triple flip. Watch how fast she is in the air. So quick.
It's one of the fastest rotational speeds that I've seen.
Yeah, yeah. As long as she stays tight to start with, and she just opened up on that toe loop, and we see some nice steps here. The step sequencing at a level 3 with a plus 0.94, gathering 4.24 points for that step sequence. There's the layback at the end, level 4, all 4 features in that spin with a plus GOE of 0.96. She takes 3.66 points for that last element. She's a great skater.
And for Mei Okada, although the lack of triple would be costly, perhaps maybe last week or in Riga and Latvia on the first stop of the Junior Grand Prix, she may benefit from an event that hasn't had a lot of clean skates. So
yeah,
in terms of score, it won't be like what she's achieved domestically in Japan, but it may keep her in contention.
Yeah, this has been an up and down competition so far, and so her qualities of everything else that she did is going to benefit her greatly in this, where we would not have in either Riga or Ostrava. Would have been more challenging, but I think we'll see a score that will keep her up near the top group or in the final 6. We'll see. Still some skaters to come. 57.58, and so she's nodding sort of approval. That's okay for what I did, and that'll put her currently into 3rd place, but there are 6 more to skate. And there's a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard, and with more to come.
Jason clinging onto one of those coveted top 6 spots for the final warm-up group as we see the next list of skaters who actually have skaters within this who could push Jason out.
Hannah Bath is one of them from Australia. She's a great technician. Now she'll have to produce it because it doesn't have really the other side of the sport yet. We'll see. Okay, Mark, back to any questions that we may have?
Oh. Yes, they're still in abundance. We haven't had any updates from our Master of Ceremonies, Teresa, on the ISU social media, but there were such an abundance of questions earlier. We still have some left
our
over.
Master of Ceremonies.
One of which coming in from on Instagram to the International Skating Union's social media from @angel_kitty. What do the skaters appreciate?
Sorry, what do they appreciate? What?
About their fans.
Oh, well, I don't know how we can answer that one, but you know what? At this age, to have fans is pretty exciting for these young people. I think social media has, we've talked about this a lot, has its really bad parts, but it also has some support as well, and those fans that support these athletes in their pursuit and help them when they're down and encourage them and celebrate when they're up and have a good performance, those are people that really help to bolster the spirits of an athlete. Now we can see, and we've talked a lot at length about the negative part, but I think their fans, just giving them support is huge. And any of you out there that follow any of these skaters on Instagram or anywhere else, give them encouragement, give them some love, even in the bad days. That's when they need it the most. Mark?
And it's so true, and it's interesting because I've chatted to some of the skaters who, to me, think, oh my goodness, these are fantastic skaters, and then they'll reference to me, oh, I had this comment from so-and-so online, and in a very positive way, and it's had an impact on them, and that only serves to, like, sometimes I'm surprised thinking that a skater who's maybe an Olympian, who's maybe somebody that's already showcased their brilliance, can be impacted by a person they don't know that maybe doesn't have, you know, a huge amount of significance in the sport, and yet they're really empowered by that positivity, which only serves to show. We talk all the time about the negative stuff online, as you say, but the good stuff has just as much.
Yeah, and I think also, yeah, I've been, told a couple times by some athletes and parents and coaches that they remember something that I had said about where the skater was at, and it meant so much that it helped them get somewhere because it was a different voice. It wasn't the parents, it wasn't the coach, it was somebody they didn't really know so much, but they heard it, right? So, we can't be positive in such a way that's not truthful. You have to be truthful, and a bad skate is a bad skate. Doesn't mean you're a bad skater, it's just a tough night. And so those positive, reasonable comments from people help a person understand, yeah, I've been told that, I need that, So that's a positive thing, for sure.
And then another question coming in before we look at the reaction to the question about where people are viewing from. But from @Rico on off ice, how many hours per day should a skater train if they want to be an elite athlete?
That's a good point. It depends on what stage of development physically that you're at, and you want to keep a balanced life. So I believe very much in scholastics in school as well. But basically, if you have 2 hours of on-ice training and an hour to 2 hours off-ice training, whether that be dance or flexibility or gymnastics or whatever the case may be, you need some other aspects to keep yourself fit and to keep yourself happy in not just always in the rink. So you're dealing with minimum 3.5 hours, probably 4 to 4.5 hours is what your top athletes are doing, maybe a little bit more. I mean, your top and juniors probably around that 4. Seniors might do around 5.
Yeah, and it's interesting because for the juniors, as you so rightly acknowledge, it's so important for the skaters to try to have some semblance of balance in their busy lives while they're ever evolving as humans and growing and changing. But if they're well managed, then they can still make that kind of time. It just requires an elite type of attitude and energy, and that's what you want.
It's a good point, Mark, and I should add to that, is that if you're efficient with your time, you may not need as much time. And there are some skaters that don't have the facilities, so they have to be more efficient with the time they do have. So, I mean, that's an extreme. Your top juniors would probably be doing that maybe 4 hours in total, right? 2 hours on the ice or whatever, your top juniors. But there's juniors here that, as we said, only get, one athlete had 2 hours a week, right? Some have 8 hours a week. So it's not always possible. You do the best you can with what you've got.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was working towards Junior Grand Prix, I got to skate just 3 days a week, and you do what you've got to do, and these athletes are all being pushed. They're all certainly being pushed to the maximum of their abilities and their life commitment abilities from that NFL.
So do you have some where people are watching from?
So yes, the question was posed as to where we're watching from, so I'm going to run you through the list of countries.
Go.
We've got Germany, Finland, France, Bangkok, Germany again, Ukraine, Kuwait, Switzerland, saying go Leandra, who's going to be the second skate in this group, French Alps, Sweden, Australia, another one from Australia, Gohana, Czechia, and somebody from Kate Ulsman, for Scotland. She's watching from Scotland, so a special shout out to her.
That's cool.
As the war is over.
North America's not awake yet because it's the middle of the night, so we noticed we didn't have Canada or the United States there.
It's funny. I wonder why they were.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you for that. We love knowing where you're watching from, and thank you for joining us. Mark, final group.
Ladies and gentlemen,
yes, and opening this final group, Hannah Bath, who was so exciting to watch. She competed in Junior Grand Prix last year. She was 6th in Osaka, her second Junior Grand Prix assignment last season. 14 years old now.
And she had a great
nocturnal tonight.
She had a great practice yesterday. Such a powerful skater. Here we go.
Everything I know is the melodies and symphonies.
Hannah Bath from Australia will be disappointed. She is so strong in her jumping passes. The triple H triple toe later in the program, indication of that. The flip will be very costly.
Yeah, and Mark, I was watching her in practice session. She's such a solid jumper, and she's a little bit more calm in practice, but you could tell she's a bit anxious here, wanting to muscle the jump a little bit, just rush that timing, but calmed it down for the Lutz. She knew she needed it. We'll take a look at some of the elements in the program here. Here's the speed up into the double axel. Surely looks like she could triple that in time. And here's the rush pick. Had the upper body rotating just a little ahead of the hips. Popped into the single. But there's the triple Lutz, triple toe loop. Really nicely done.
Yeah, and indeed, Hannah has certainly landed triple axel in the past, but I think they were very mindful, the coaching staff, that it wasn't the tech score that she needed to focus on, the program component scores. And I actually think from a skating skills perspective, there's definitely visible progress because of the speed and ice coverage. I'd love for Hannah just to show a little bit more refinement in the movement with the extension of the free leg and the openness of her posture, but nevertheless significant strides from an edge set perspective.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that she's really improved her skating skills, ice coverage. She's really exciting to watch. Little facial expression, acknowledgement, you know, that she's in control. A little bit more of that, and as you mentioned, little extensions as well. But this is a very fine and fit athlete who's very exciting to watch. And as the refinement continues to improve as well, you're going to have an all-rounded athlete and a big threat, you know, to the top. We'll see what her score is. 56.70 is her personal best. She's going to be up there because the triple Lutz triple toe loop garnered 10.18 points. And she had only 2 elements out of the 7 that were in the -2E. So she lost some scores on 2 elements, but gained some points on the other 5. So that's a good indication that the quality of her elements are helping her add to the base value of the point of the technical elements.
And Hannah, as I mentioned last year, taught by Evgeny and Maria Boronov from her earliest stages on the ice right through to this
Well, 52.53 for the short program for Hannah Bath from Australia. That puts her currently in 6th place. It's not a bad score there. You see just 5 points away from the podium, and that can be made up depending on how everyone skates.
Next to skate, representing Switzerland, Leandra Tipulakis.
And now to a skater who broke her foot last May and had to have an operation and so consequently missed the Junior Grand Prix season last year. She's got 2 screws, or returned to the ice with 2 screws in her feet. Now, a year later, a contender for Leandra Zimpukakis. Well, what a return to competition, or to the international competitive arena on the Junior Grand Prix for Leandra.
From
Skater who had the bravery to pick the triple Lotus triple toe as the last jumping pass, and also the bravery to pick Beyonce. And I think how wonderful that the coach and the skater have had the courage to pick single ladies and dance like Beyonce in the middle of the choreography. It's just, it's fun, and I admire their bravery to take a departure and do that.
What a lot of fun in that program, no question. And a powerful skater, that's for sure. And a real athlete. So she mixed a little bit of the performance and the technical side of skating. Good to move forward with having skill in both those areas. Here's the triple flip. That's probably, no, it's clean. Absolutely. There's the double axel. Look at the strength in the landing. Just pushes that free leg back. Here's the triple lutz later in the program. Gets free leg back right away and hangs onto that landing. It's an under rotation on the triple toe loop. And then we start to dance.
And actually I saw, I think on social media it might be Leandra's, the choreography with Artem Fedorchenko, who's listed as the choreographer, and I can see him getting some stuff with her, and it's just fun to get an insight into the joy the skaters and the choreographers have, because ideally, as we watch it again here, you want the skater to love their choreo. And so for Leandra, picking Single Ladies by Beyonce, I presume that's her choice. And even with this arm movement here, you can see almost the fun that she has. And kudos to, I just think that's great. The team have encourage the athlete to have a piece that they love.
Well, even if it wasn't her choice, she learned how to do it really well, and now is added to her repertoire of genre. So this was perfect. But I think, you know, she probably had a lot to say about that as well. That was excellent. That was fun. A lot of fun.
And
talented athlete.
Coach Linda Van Troyen, the combination of Linda Van Troyen and Sindra Kreiser are doing such a brilliant job. And I think they have 8 skaters on the Junior Grand Prix this series. And I think that's testament to obviously the coaches, but then also that's of such benefit for Leandra and the others, because they can all help each other push through the hard run.
They're pushing each other. They're making each other better, that's for sure. Hard work, can't replace that. And a positive environment, because they're all wanting to be elite skaters. That doesn't come without work, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the short program scores. 53.54 for Leandra. That'll put her currently in 6th place. That's pretty good. She's going to be in the mix.
This puts her currently in 6th.
And there she is. We have 4 skaters to come. We'll see what happens over the next 4. Whether those standings will stay as is.
Representing Finland, Lotta Artimo.
And now she's 16-year-old, born in Helsinki. Lotta Artimo, skating to True Colors by Clara. Well, Lotta Artimo from Finland has had this goal of competing at the Junior Grand Prix for a few years. And last year, just before the Junior Grand Prix selection event in Finland, after a great summer of training, she got injured and she was off the ice for almost 2.5 months. And she explained to me that a year ago she dreamt of this, and so now is so happy to be experiencing.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's so nice to know that the Junior Grand Prix means so much to so many, and that many young athletes aspire to get here. As we see a nice triple toe loop, triple toe downgrade with the fall, or no, just under actually with fall. So nice that it has inspired young athletes from around the world. There's the double axel. And some of the steps. And that step sequence in at level 2, so missing some of the requirements. Remember, it's level 4 is the highest that you can get. And here's the triple flip late in the program. That was nice.
And, you know, obviously we've seen mistakes made by others. So for Lotta, the triple toe with the fall on that, that's not the cataclysmic in the event compared to others who have also made mistakes. Then it really does come down to program component scores and GOEs. So Lotta will be continuing to endeavour to refine, hone those skating skills so that she's able to be, even with mistakes, competitive with others above her.
I like the repeats. Fine. You know, refine. Hone.
Point your toes.
That was the emphasis. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Shoulders back. More. Strong
skater.
I think,
no question.
Yeah, very strong. I think that it's Marina Shirsheva who's with her in the Kiss and Cry, who's not her coach. Her coach is Virpi Hortana, who's at home, but good to see the Finnish skating community binding together to support one another whilst they're here in Bangkok.
Yep.
And good to see also for Lotta that, you know, she could be in the Kiss and Cry deflated because she had the fall. She appears to be embracing it.
Well, goal has been achieved being here, competing on the Junior Grand Prix here in Bangkok. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Lotta.
Lotta Atimo from Finland.
45.81, and that'll put Lotta currently into 14th place. Hoping for more. She certainly could do more.
This puts her currently in 14th.
Without that fall, but there's been a number of mistakes throughout. Every skater, not every skater, but most skaters have had at least one mistake. A few clean skates here.
So we've seen Serena Yus now to the turn of her sister. Noemi Yus, a skater who has a super intensive academic career as well, managing to juggle brilliantly. Naomi Hughes representing Italy. You can see just at the end of the program the passion the skater has. A skater with aspects that other skaters don't have, that we have lamented the absence of in others, with the pointed toe, with a bit of refinement as the Italian ice dancers cheer her on. But it's just the weighing of the scale of values of program components versus tech score, and unfortunately the opening single Lutz has bigger implications on the total score.
The step sequence was spectacular with their commitment to all the choreography and the emotion behind it as well. There's that pop Lutz into the double toe loop, continues on, tries not to let that bother her the rest of the way, and she didn't. Here's the double axel, nice flow, good speed on that edge, and look at the head following the arms. This is small details that a lot of skaters don't have. And the hands above the head on the triple flip, that was easy rotation. Look at the back and the the head following the arm movements all the way. She's taking every move that she was taught in the choreography and making sure she executes it to the fullest.
And you can see it right through to the facial expression. You sense that there's some genuine commitment and appreciation of the musicality here too. So hopefully the presentation component will be high. What Noemi has the refinement that some others lack, but she doesn't necessarily have the speed. So
yeah,
it's difficult to articulate all the requirements of the judges, but perhaps the skating skills won't be as high insofar as the speed and power wasn't as good as some of the others. So many things to accomplish.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to do, that's for sure. 16 years old and has so many of the aspects that you want, but more must be done, and more speed and flow, as you mentioned, and executed the jumps on cue in competition. That's always the challenge for everyone. But what a lovely skater, and one that feels the music, and you feel that yourself when, especially in the step sequence, that's where her enjoyment in that program comes from, in that step sequence.
And whilst I can recognize why the scores might not be great, it's enjoyable to watch.
Absolutely. Personal best is 43.09. She has a 43.38 for Noemi Hughes from Italy. Not the score she was hoping for. That'll put her currently into 18th place.
Next to skate, representing Finland, Liida Karhunen.
Well, the next skater, Liida Karhunen, was just off the podium at the Junior World Championships, which was an astounding result for the Finnish skaters. Opened up more spots on the Junior Grand Prix for other Finnish women. She will hope to lead them again now as she starts her Junior Grand Prix 2024 series.
About 20 years ago, way down in New Orleans, a group of fellas found a new kind of music, and they decided to call it jazz.
Ada Karinen thriving off that brilliant result at the Junior World Championships. And if any of you were watching the Junior Grand Prix last year, you will, I'm sure, have huge respect for this young woman. She competed in Budapest with brand new skates because her luggage didn't arrive, and she skated a virtual clean performance then. So from that point, I'll never forget the tenacity of this young woman, and how wonderful to see that the off-season has been put to good use. And indeed, she's a lady who's working on quad salco every day in practice. So aspirations of elite world leading greatness, I suspect.
Well, she has all aspects. She's got performance, she's got skating skills, she's got jumping skills, spinning skills. She has it all. It'll get better. She'll need to get it better going to seniors, but boy, what a great performance. She has a 64.64 as her personal best, so that's a high score for the short program. I'm not sure she'll reach that here. There's the triple flip a little bit later. The flip is on the quarter, and the triple lutz was under. So that'll be cost her a little bit as we take a look at some of the steps.
I think this is the program that she used last year as well, but you can see the increased development, and coach Marina Shirsheva and Adam Sawyer I've seen online, they've been working together wonderfully well, and you can tell that they, as we discussed with Jason, when the choreographer has the chance to access a student on a more regular basis rather than just at the point of the creation of the program, then you get the opportunity to see better development, and that's certainly what appears to have happened here.
Yeah, and we were talking to Jason Brown last week. He was a guest commentator this week. Tomorrow, Caitlin Osmond, 2018 world champion, Olympic bronze medalist, Olympic team gold medalist from Canada, will join us for the final two groups, so you won't want to miss that. She'll give us some insight. She does some broadcasting for us in Canada, and so you'll enjoy her personality for sure, and her knowledge as well. So make sure you join us for that final two groups in the women's free program. Let's see the scores.
Lida Karhunen from Finland has earned in her
55.51, and that is less than what she can do or has done, but that'll put her in fourth place with one skater to come. She's going to be in the final group, and she'll be close. She'll have a shot at the podium. Interesting competition.
Next to
The
skate,
placements.
representing Mongolia,
Not what was predicted.
No.
And now the final competitor, 18 years old, Michelle Otkonbatar. She will perhaps know what's happened before. Her turn to end this competition, hopefully on a high. Michelle Odgon-Batar completes the women's short program. Now, this is a skater who couldn't skate during COVID for 2 years. She said that she occasionally got to visit some countries for training, but not long term. She then moved to Japan to train last November, where she started to train full time, but then sustained an injury in May and couldn't jump for 3 months. And you have to wonder whether or not the injury that she sustained was because she wasn't used to the level of training that she'd gone to pursue. So it's kind of a victim of her own dream, I suppose.
Yeah, and you know, different places have different levels of intensity for training, and we know the Japanese skaters are very strong and fast and powerful, and if you're not, if you're just coming back from an injury, that might be too high of a standard to start with. I mean, who knows? There's the double Lutz, double toe loop combination, and that was intended to be there, but this double axel, and this pops open to a single. She needed to fold in here, but kept the free leg open, and that just opened up in the air. Double flip right there.
And despite the mistakes, because all of the jumping passes had mistakes and they were of a low technical element score, which Michelle had explained to me she was sad that she couldn't come with the better technical element score or the higher planned program content. But I do actually recognize that from her last Junior Grand Prix, which she competed in Osaka and Bangkok last year, there's a lot of improvement in the skating skills, the speed, the flow, and just like you said, Ted, perhaps as a result of training in Nagoya, Japan, she's been exposed to, well, just so much more. She doesn't even have a coach in Mongolia where she's from, so her education will have been exponential, and you can see it in the skating.
Yeah, more assertive and aggressive with the skating skills. And of course, that's going to change your timing of the jumps. Until you get used to that speed and know how quickly you have to execute an element, it just takes a while to adapt. Certainly, skating skills are better, no question of that. With a 31.37 for Michelle, and that will put her currently in 29th place.
This puts her currently in 29th place.
Well, Marquez, we're going to take a look at the standings after the short program. It was kind of an up and down event, no question, first of this season. And the results a little bit unpredictable here.
Well, we've seen Chinese pair teams win the last two pair events, and now Yihan Wang looking like she's in contention for taking the title in this women's event.
And Jia Shin, three-time world silver medalist, is in 6th place, and I would never have predicted that. Maybe second or third, but wow, that is quite something.
So, and Gia's maybe fortunate enough that the rest of the event didn't transform the way we might have assumed, and so she's still in contention of a medal, but she'll certainly be wanting nothing less than a Junior Grand Prix final place.
Well, let's watch the free program and hope that everybody can up their game just a little bit tomorrow in the free program. And don't forget, Caitlin Osmond, world champion 2018, will be joining us for that. This concludes the coverage of the women's short program. Up next will be the men's short program after about a 30-minute break. For all of us here at the ISU and Mark Henready, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you for watching. Make sure you join us for the men's short coming right up.